potato. Watch the screen and wait for the show. What's revealed, we're dying to know. Is it dearth or a potato? Check it out. Dearth or potato? Yes, I'm right, let's go. Dearth or potato? It's the game that steals the show. Look at the picture, don't make a mistake. Is it a spud or is it a face? Out of the ground or from his own behind? Dirt or potato, what will you find? Right on! Yo, can you tell what's underneath? A derpy mugshot or a root beneath? With every guess, we laugh and cheer. Is it dirt or a potato? Let's make it clear. Hang it up, give it a show. Dirt or potato, let's go. Skank it out. Is it from the dirt or a funny disguise? Could it be a tater or a pair of eyes? What's in the ground or lurking around? Dirt or potato, where will it be found? Could it be smooth or full of lumps? Maybe it's grown on someone's big rump. Get your guess in, let's see what's true. Dirt or potato, it's all up to you. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Look at the picture, don't make a mistake. Is it a spud or is it a face? Out of the ground or from his own behind? Dirt or potato, what will you find? A pile of soil or a starchy friend? Guess it right and you'll ascend. Look real close, don't let it slide. Is it dirt or a potato waiting inside? Let's go, rude boys. On the garden patch or a silly trick, will you pick the right one or end up quick? Whether it's dirt or a golden spud, dirt or potato, here comes the flood. A mystery unfolds, what will it be? A lovely spot or dirt, can't you see? With every reveal, we're in for a laugh. Dirt or potato, it's the ultimate craft. Dirt or potato, guess it right, let's go. Dirt or potato, it's the game that steals the show. Beneath the earth or just pretend, a lump of soil or some dumb trend. Pick your choice, don't hesitate. Dirt or potato, now seal your fate. What's in the box, what will appear? A mash of dirt or something unclear? Make your move, we're almost through. Dirt or potato, it's all on you. Will it be fries or a dirty pile? Guess it wrong and we'll laugh for a while. Test your luck, it's time to go. Dirt or potato, let the guessing flow.
Welcome everybody to Tuesday night. I hope you are prepared for tonight. Tonight we are going to start out with a game of, you guessed it, dearth or potato. So in the chat, if the one on the left you think is dearth, you put in a 1. If the one on the right you think is dearth, put in a 2. There you go. There's the very first one. You put it in the chat right now. Cast your vote, seal your fate, if you will, because here comes the flood. All right, now everybody that voted number 1, you were wrong. Dearth is on the right side. It's number 2. All right, round 2, right? This is the rapid fire. Like I said, here comes a flood. All right, you got dearth on the left, give it a 1. Dearth on the right, give it a 2. That's all the time you get. That's it. It's rapid fire round. There it is. Dearth is on the right. Look at those well-fitting sunglasses. All right, round 3. Here we go. All right. This is a little harder one. I know. It's tough. Is dearth on the left? Is dearth on the right? 1 for left, 2 for right. Which one is it, people? Which one is it? Oh, if you voted 1, you were wrong. I know. Tough. All right, round 4, here we go. Which one is it? Is it dearth on the left? Number 1. Dearth on the right? Number 2. Which one is it? Everybody, I know, you got to keep scoring your own. Which one is it? The answer, dearth is on the... Is that dearth? Can't tell. Yeah, pretty close. Anyway, round 5. Here we go. Which one is it? I know the hair is basically the same. Hard to tell. 1 on the left, dearth. On the right, potato. I mean, 1 for dearth on left, 2 for dearth on right. Hard to tell. This is round 5. They get harder. All right, there it is. Dearth is on the left. And here we go. Round 6 of 7. You got 1 more. This is tough. You don't get a lot of information. It gets harder in round 6. If it's dearth on the left, do a 1. If it's dearth on the right, do a 2. All right, what do we got? Oh! Dearth is on the right. Okay, final round. Round 7. Here we go. Round 7. Which one is on the left? If it's dearth on the left, you get a 1. Dearth on the right, you go for 2. All right, everybody. And if you're watching this later, you got to put these in the comments, okay? Here we go. And the answer is they're both dearth. Both of them. All right, give yourselves a hand. I hope that you enjoyed this rapid fire round of dearth or potato. And the name for tonight is it's Flat Earth Dave's new model, and it's got a pile of cash underneath the dome, and that is definitely his model. I know that because this is a picture that I witnessed myself at a church in Tennessee in December of 2023. Dearth was there. You can tell he's the dumpy one there, and he came to this church, a place of worship, place for. To contemplate the eternal. And what did he bring to this place to contemplate the eternal? I'll zoom in over here. He brought, what's that in his back pocket? What is that in his back? Oh, dear. Dave brought to a house of worship, he brought flyers for his app so that he might sell more of his app. That's right. That's right. He thought the right thing to bring to a house of worship is flyers to sell his app. Good job, Dearth. Your priorities are definitely in the right place. While we're at it, I thought it would be interesting to see this little comment from John Henwood. I do love the people that worship their Papa Flurfs so much that they imagine they're not cowards. John Henwood imagines that Dearth is a non-coward and says, "This will be fun. I dare any globe earthers on here to do a live debate with David Weiss. I would love to watch," and he loves to do them. He loves to do debates. I only know of 1 or 2 that he's ever been in. There is no curvature. Just a bunch of wannabes. Wannabe pilots. Yes, because pilots. Because he can name pilots. Oh my God. Name of a pilot. Name of a multi-engine certified pilot. Somebody that needs to know the shape of the earth in order to fly. Give me the name of one that says the earth is flat. Just one name. That's it. Anyway, wannabe telescope owners, wannabe scientists. I would love to find the telescope owner that understands how an equatorial mount works. That is a flat earther. I want to see the flat earther that is a scientist. Yes, like, published scientist or something like that. Anyway, there you go. And here is my response. I said, yes, go ahead. I accept. And so look, John Henwood sent the communication to Dearth. And I said, John Henwood, do you want to put money on Dave refusing to debate me? John did not accept any monetary bet on whether or not Dearth would debate me. Now, you may be wondering, when was this? This was 3 years ago. 3 years ago. Oh, Dearthy Pooh, such a scared little boy. All right, let's look at this here. We've got Slice Barcane. I have right here a note from Slice Barcane. I keep right here because I do like Sly. ever so much. Anyway, here you go. Let's see, make sure the audio comes through.
While working on another video, I came across this recording from Dearth. While he was cleaning up from a demonstration claiming that terrain was somehow responsible for sunsets, he felt the need to demonstrate that his counter was flat. Demonstrating across a perfectly flat surface, flat earth water, the sun would never set. Here, I'll let him explain.
To show that I am above the counter, the flat earth, I'm going to just slide this along a perfectly smooth flat earth.
It didn't set.
And I'm guessing that it doesn't set.
Oh, yeah. Look at that.
Because the earth has bumps.
Bumps. But water doesn't.
To show that I am above the counter, the flat earth, I'm going to just slide this along a perfectly smooth flat earth.
Yes.
And I'm guessing that it doesn't set.
It doesn't set. How'd that work, Dearth?
So, thanks for debunking all those coin on the table videos, Dave.
Oh my god.
Thank you, Sly, for pointing that out. Amazing. All right, well, we are here tonight to review a video recently dropped on Potato Boy's YouTube channel, where he interviewed Dr. Shiva. Now, Dr. Shiva is he says he's got a couple degrees in engineering. Says he's got a PhD. I didn't know who he was. I had to look him up. He's got, I don't know. I don't know who he is, so I'm not, this is not an endorsement of anything of his, of Dr. Shiva, other than what we see here in this exchange, which is quite fantastic. So for those wondering, I have already sent a message to Dr. Shiva. So anyway, this is quite awesome. I will read a couple things quick. We got Itorius says, things you trust more than Dearth's app. I'll go first. A glass of apple juice poured by allegedly Dave. Yes, let's exchange things you trust more than Dearth's app. Oh, by the way, I have recorded a video on Dearth's app. It's over 20 minutes long. It's in the editor right now. So soon, very soon, it will be out. GBS Warrior says both 1 and 2 are correct. He is an animal and vegetable, scammer and potato. So, GJ Pugly. How did you know? Yes, be looking for that. It will be something. It will be something. The search for terrestrial intelligence says that flat counter guy should get his autofocusing telescope zoom lens camera to show that the sun not setting doesn't change size. Well, that's the thing. Have I seen the presentation Dave presented to the high schoolers? I have seen multiple of them. And for those wondering, the high school that he did that presentation to has a class for seniors only on conspiracy theories and antisocial people. So what they do is they interview the worst people in society to expose these high school students to them in a good environment rather than have them run into them out in the wild where they're away from anybody that can guide them into thinking, whoa, let's do into some critical thought about it, right? Let's think about those things. Let's together talk about it, because if you ever listen to a flat earthers, flat earth testimony, it's a religion, so they give a testimony. They love to give their testimony. They always, it's almost always the same thing. It's, I didn't think it was real, and then I saw a video, and then I spent the next so many days trying to debunk it, and then after I tried to debunk it by watching 700 flat earth videos all alone that I never talked to anybody else about because it's embarrassing, then I decided that I couldn't debunk it. So that's how it happens. People run into it and they don't tell anybody. And then they watch it and they don't know the details. They can't look up stuff because they don't know what to do. They're ill-equipped for it. So they didn't know what to do. And that's how they got into flat earth. They got fooled by it. So this high school class brings students through all sorts of exposures of insane things that are definitely stupid and wrong. Flat earth is one of them. And so the fact that Dave is talking to that class is an embarrassing thing for Dave. He is lumped in with, well, I'm not even going to list them, but you know, people that are fans of mustaches, people that are fans of wearing conical white hats, people, and these are, of course, there's a huge overlap amongst those people and flat earthers, to nobody's surprise. So, Shane Eslick says, does dirt think the sun rolls along the ground? Well, of course, flat earthers think that. How else could they ever propose the sun sets by, and then put a coin on a table? This is how sun sets. They must think that the sun actually touches the ground. Anyways, Astro Kate Sathic says, things I trust more than Dirt's app. The really cool USB drive I found in the parking lot of my top secret place of work. One of the things that I get to see on occasion is the different training things that get sent out to employees for training them. And saw a good one today. I won't elaborate on it, but I saw a pretty funny one. We got Philip Beretta says, things I trust more than Dirt's app. A dinner invitation from Jeffrey Dahmer. Oh my gosh. Evil Producer 1 says, things I trust less than Dave's app. Mark Sargent telling his mom he's moving out of her basement. He might lived in the loft, though. Have I ever emailed Dave for a debate, or is he too scared? Oh, well, I've talked to him in person about it, and he ran away. He's a bit scared. But you know what? I mean, I could just call him, right? I mean, why not just give him a little ringy dingy here, huh? Let's see. Hold on. Let's get this. I think I've got it. Let's see. I'm looking it up. I have notes. We'll see. None of those. Let me check this alternate spot. That's not it. That's not it. Just a second. This might be it. There it is. Okay, hold on. I will check. I don't know. It's tough to know for sure if I have the right one. But this one, this might be it. All right. There it is. I see it right there. All right, hold on a second. Let me fire this up. Man, that is not a flattering picture. Well, to be fair, there are no flattering pictures. All right. Here we go. Got that. All right. What should I say? Any requests for what to say if he does, in fact, answer? There we go. Okay. Algorithm says, I trust more than Dave's app, Nigerian princes. Stringfellow Hawk says, things I trust more than Dirt's app, carpooling with Stevie Wonder and letting him drive. All right. Let's see. Addicted to Gaming says, things I trust more than Dave's app, a party invitation from P. Diddy. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That is so funny. Okay. Indie Tiger Sci-Fi Reviews says, things I trust more than Dave's app, a rocket made by Mad Mike Hughes, who died in a rocket accident. Rocket he made himself. Okay. That's pretty good. All right, let me make sure I got the audio routed correctly. That's so good. There it is. Okay, here we go.
You've reached the voicemail of David Weiss. Please leave your name and number, and I'll get back.
Went right to voicemail. I wonder if he knows it's my phone number. Well, there it is. So we got Jay Donna. She says, I trust Dave's app as much as my idiot neighbors Hugh and Janice. I don't know them. Leslie Rohrer says, the check is in the mail. The check is in the mail. For what? I don't know the context of that. Oh, things that you trust more than Dave's app. Is somebody saying the check is in the mail? Marcus Leaks says, things I trust more than Dave's app, the Jonestown Kool-Aid. Exactly. Dave Kircher says, things I trust more than Dave's app, the random IRS agent that called me asking for iTunes gift cards. You guys are on the right track here. That's exactly it. That is totally it. And for reference, the thing that I will be the video I mean, you're touching on things that are in the video that I have already recorded. You seriously are. This. Wait, Dave, are you watching? Dave, give me a call. Just call back. Just call back. We can have a quick chat. Come on, Dave. It's all good. It's just you and me, buddy. Just you and me. It's all good. We're good. We go way back. Things I trust more than Dave, says Plastic Citizen. Dave's app, a fart after eating Taco Bell. Evil Producer 1 says, things I trust more than Dirth's app, Bill Cosby in charge of drinks at a party. Oh my gosh. Zoomy Tomato says, things I trust more than Dave's app, a shark with a pet me sign, or fart when I have diarrhea. Oh my god. Omega Red's been a member for 29 months at Einstein. Is that a new membership, or just the thing? I don't know what this means here. Anyway, thank you, Omega Red, no matter what. Rossi says, I trust things I trust more than Dirth. My impending receipt of the Nigerian prince's $8.5 million US state dollar. Yes. And again, you know what's in the video. You must have seen the script. Tim Tully says, I'm from the government. I'm here to help you. That's what you trust more than Dave's app. All right, so Icy Spin has something for me in Discord. Yeah. There's a few. All right. There's a few. All right, hold on. Let me put this here. All right. There we go. Copy. All right, here we go. Let's see. Trying a different number. Because that one might just go to voicemail, you know. We'll see. Here we go.
Hello?
Yes, I'm looking for Dave.
No.
Wrong number?
Are you looking for Dave who?
Dave Weiss?
Dave Weiss? I'm his daughter.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Wrong number. I'll try his. Yeah.
No, are you looking for Dave Weiss?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm his daughter, but, like, can I help you find him?
I was just trying to get a hold of him, and I have a couple numbers, and it's probably...
Are you in Mexico?
No.
Do you want me to help you? Okay.
Yeah, is he in Mexico right now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's good. I'm sorry to bother you.
Okay.
Thanks.
That's okay.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Well, there we go. I mean, she's an innocent victim in the whole thing, so... Poor girl. Poor girl. I mean, Max. So I just remembered, he is in Mexico because he is scammed and grifted his users, and so he flew down to Mexico to the Acapulco Nutter Convention that he did last year, where he gives a presentation to people that are already predisposed to believe wrong things. So there you go. Okay. We've got Calder Vasold, things I trust more than Dave's app, the extended car warranty call. I got one of those today. I put it on speaker while I was driving to the store with my daughter. We enjoyed a little chuckle. For some reason, when I gave him my credit card number and I said the number is 6011, I don't give my number to scammers, he hung up on me. I don't know why. Zoomy says a household from Dr. Things Zoomy trusts more than Flat Earth Dave's app, a house call from Dr. Kevorkian. Jay Donashi put the two names together, Hugh and Janice. Hugh Janice? I get it, but I don't pronounce it with a long A. It's Janus, right? It's got to be Hugh Janus. I'm sorry. Hugh Janus. Monkey Cat Pat Pat says, things I trust more than Dave's app. Calls about my car's extended warranty that I own. I've given them, so we had for 14 years, we had a Highlander, Toyota Highlander, did 300,000 miles on it. And so when they call, I'll say, oh yeah, I definitely need an extended warranty on my Toyota Highlander. It's a 2010. It's got 300,000 miles on it. They just hang right up. They don't even say a word. And by the way, it's gone. That car, this. While I was in Antarctica, I was standing outside 10 p.m. or something local time, sun blaring down, already got sunburn on my face, talking to my wife. It's 6 below zero. She's like, oh yeah. So we were driving back from Duluth and the car died. Yes, the car died side of the road. And she's like, I'm like, oh, what? She's like, I already called AAA. And I already called her son. Our son drove up, brought the trailer, hauled it back down to the mechanic. I got back, checked it out. He's like, yeah, it's not worth saving. So I went over there, cleared all the stuff out of it. He's like, yeah, open up the hood, have a look, you'll see. So I opened it up, and there you can see into the engine, and you can see the chain. Yeah, something blew apart. So there you go. That's what happened. But when I take a big trip, the joke is, it was not even a joke. Something's going to happen. One time, our dog broke her front leg, right? And what do you do when a dog breaks a leg? You take it off, really. So the dog got its leg amputated while I was gone. So anyway, that's the joke. I'm out of town, and that's what happens. And she's like, whatever, I expected it. There you go. So Lord Illumis Pooh says, I know a guy in a certain republic. You could say, The mail is in the check. Yeah, it's the timing chain. Yes. I could, and that wasn't the timing chain because the timing chain was still there. I could see the chain. But whatever was, the metal that was previously covering the timing chain was missing. Something else caused it to leave the engine. I don't know what. But the mechanic's like, well, it costs $2,000 to put a new engine in it. The book value on this is $2,000. And, you've still got 300,000 mile suspension and 300,000 mile body and 300,000. Actually, the body looked fine. I was looking at it like before we said bye to it the last time. I'm like, wow, it's got zero rust on it. Live in Minnesota. It's got basically no dings on it. Because even when it had 300,000 miles, I would park, off to the side or, not next to things. And, I was always careful. So, anyway, Evil Producer 1 says, Dearth is in Mexico? I've changed my mind. Build the wall. I'm sorry, Mr. Potato. We're going to have to ask to see your ID. But I was my ID right here. I have my ID. Like, I'm sorry. No. This is a photograph of a person. Obviously, you are a potato. You don't get to just come in here, potato. Live in the United States. Like, no, I'm sorry. You're obviously not native here. We don't have potatoes here. Maybe in Idaho, but that's a different country. How many people are going to say that say something about that in the comments? We got Iroquois Native says, things I trust more than Dave's app, swimming next to a pod of orcas in a seal suit. Oh, all right. One God is now here. Says, things I trust more than Dave Weiss app, The Final Experiment. Of course. I trust that a lot. I was there. I love watching the flatties just freak out about it. And every time they say something and then I come back and say, well, tell you what, I'll give you I'll personally escort you. And I'll pay for it. I will pay for it. If the sun doesn't set, or if the sun does set, of course, I'll pay for it. If the sun does set, you pay for me. So if you're certain enough, we all can do this. If you are certain enough to go online and say that you think that you will boldly declare that it was all faked, then you certainly will have the same kind of confidence to put $100,000 in escrow. I'll do the same thing. And if the sun sets, you keep my whole $100,000, pays for your trip plus an extra $60,000 at least. And conversely, right? If the sun stays up 24 hours a day, obviously I was right and you were wrong. I get it. I get the free trip. Whoever's right gets the free trip, and whoever's wrong pays for the other person's free trip. It's fair, and totally, if you're certain, you will totally jump at it. Nobody's jumped at it. Turns out everybody knows that it was completely real, and they're only lying about it. That's the reality here. The reality is flat earthers are pathological liars. If they won't back up their words with actions, they're lying and they know it. Brenda Creates says, I trust Mikey's big toe more than Flat Earth Dave's app. Indie Tiger Sci-Fi Review says, things I trust more than Flat Earth Dave's app, accepting all cookies, expecting to get cookies. For all the websites I've gone to, I have not gotten enough cookies. William Foley says, I trust a drink from allegedly Dave more than Dave Weiss. Rossi says, everybody just saw, she said, I'm Dave's daughter. Toon said, is Dave in Mexico? Never mind. Sorry to bother you. Toon took the high road. She is the innocent victim. She didn't do anything wrong by being the daughter of Dave. Right? She's daughter of. I mean, she's got a hard road to walk. Think about that. I mean, it's almost as bad as being the daughter who somebody one day will say, "Isn't your dad the one that is constantly begging to put his balls in other people's mouths?" Imagine being that girl, right? I can't think of a worse one than that, where somebody could just say that to her, to these two innocent daughters that someday could be the one who that is said to them, right? At least she's a step better. Aren't you the daughter of the guy that owes thousands and thousands of people 3 Bitcoins but won't pay because he's a scum? You know, I think I'd take that one. Steve O says, I trust the Mexican tap water over Dave Weiss's app. Plastic Citizen says, things I trust more than Dave's app. That email I sent to my CEO without proofreading. Ooh. Yes. Tori Hanzo for 100 sex. Love that. Says, thanks for bringing us entertainment. Well, thank you very much, Tori Hanzo, for participating in this entertainment. Well, we've got much more entertainment on tap for tonight. Alex Strand for $5 says, I trust a hot dog that's been on the roller at a gas station for 25 years than Mr. Potato Head's app. Evil Producer 1 says, now that I have my Insta360 X4, can you recommend which LED volume studio I should get? Well, definitely get the XXL one. It's a mile high. It's amazing. Yeah, it's huge, and it's like 6 kilometers in diameter. It'll blow you away with how big it is. Yeah. Now, you will need your own nuclear reactor to power it, but don't sweat the small things, right? You know what I'm saying? Once you've bought that studio, the nuclear power plant is small dearths, if you know what I'm saying. Monkey Cat Pat Pad says, things I trust more than Dave's app. Those people in Vegas that approach you asking you to come with them to this fun club or offering a free gift. I've never been offered that in Vegas. I haven't been to Vegas a lot. I 4 or 5 times, I think, but probably more than that. I don't know. Yes. Asking you to come with them to this fun club. I have never had that question asked of me. Is this a thing? I don't know. Mark Beiser says, I trust a Nigerian prince with a banking problem more than I trust Dearth. All right. TITMTDA. Santos's lemonade. I don't know what TITMTDA is. Oh, speaking of Santos. Here it is. Okay. I'm going to put something in the chat and I cannot play it. This video I just put in the chat. At your own risk. Watch that. Like, not risk, but like it's got to be the most disturbing thing ever by a flat earther. I'm not kidding. It is definitely the type of thing that the guy saying it, Santos, should be picked up by the authorities for saying it. It's not an exaggeration to say that. Rebel Raiders used toys more than Dave. Yes, pick them up at Goodwill. Trust that more than Dave. Ugh. Oh, things I trust more than Dave's Dearth's app. That's TITMTDA. Thank you, Rossi. Okay, let me read that again. Now it makes sense. Rossi says things I trust more than Dave's app. Santos's lemonade. Got it. Slackback says things I trust more than Dave's app. That creepy old guy driving a panel van that says free ice cream and naps. Jules Gray says things I trust more than Dave's app. That stripper who told me she's really into me. Fat Earther says I'd trust a Budweiser fart more than I'd trust the potato. So Ramen Orweez, speaking of the link I just dropped in there, says, wow, that would get you a visit from the FBI, right? If you were in the United States, I think it would. That's their purview. Outside of the United States, I believe it's the CIA. But in either way, the Secret Service would be very interested in that video. Rossi says, hey, that's my girlfriend, to Jules Gray. Rossi and Jules Gray, I need confirmation from Jules. I'm out. One God is nowhere as gross. There's a few gross things, yes. So designer Quixote. Okay, anyway. So that particular video from Santos, I don't know. I have no idea how the correct people can be informed about that. If you know how to inform the correct people, can you please inform them? That type of stuff is not the type of stuff that people should be doing. And if you're unfamiliar, he's asking people to do very specific things to basically every sitting former and current president. And asking his audience to do it while also calling dibs on it. And the thing that he's asking them to do is permanent. So that's that video. That's Santos. So like padded room forever kind of stuff. Like if he was in the US, no doubt he would have already been picked up. The fact that he's not in the US is the only reason why he's not. Things I trust more than Dave's app. Me with a bucket of fried chicken, says Leslie Rohrer. Oh my gosh. One God is nowhere says, where's Witsit? Mexico? I don't know where Witsit is, but Dearth is in Mexico, the same country where Santos is at. I wonder if Dearth is near Santos right now. That'd be something. The fact, reading the comments on that video, there are people that are saying, good job. Monkey Cat Pat Pat says, things I trust more than Dave's app. Talking to Witsit without a spit mask. Oh my God. Hey Bates says, things I trust more than Dave's app. Intern coders live editing files and manual applying schema changes in production. Oh my goodness, no. Oh my goodness. I know exactly the threat that is. It's intern coders. Maverick says, I'd rather trust a fart from eating Taco Bell after running 5 kilometers than Dave's app. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. DP Debunk says, Witsit is in Hollywood doing voiceover work with Oakley. I have evidence. Oh, do you? I saw your video. I saw that video. It was pretty good. Okay. We should get to the video here. If you have your NASA IQ protection, make sure you jump in, get it going. You're gonna need it. Here we go. Itoria says, things I trust more than Dave's app. The hot single flirfs in your area ads. Oh my God. Dave's app has a dating function. It does. It actually does. And that's one of the things that his app will leak. So.
Need your help. It's an emergency.
Oh, it's an emergency? Okay. Okay, I'm coming. Got an emergency. Just a second. I'll play a song for you.
I just asked you to unmute.
Yeah, I'll respond to that. Yeah, that's a common misunderstanding of the situation. Officially, the sun doesn't rise or set. It's what's known as the sunrise.
Brian says the earth is flat, no up or down, just this or that. He stays up late to watch the sky, says the sun's a trick, no need to lie. He points his finger across the land, no rising orb, no fiery band. He tells the folks it's all a show, optical illusion, man's old foe. Sun mirage in Brian's mind, no round world, no time to find. Sun mirage, it's just a game, he's convinced we're all the same. He reads the charts, he takes his notes. Through cosmic waves, his theories float. Brian laughs at solar beams, calls them all his seamless dreams, dreams. He stands on rooftop, spreads his tail, challenges the globe, never fails. With each sunrise shouts his cause, sun mirage defies our laws. Sun mirage in Brian's mind, no round world, no time to find. Sun mirage, it's just a game, he's convinced we're all the same.
So we see at the horizon in the morning and evening time. There is no setting sun or rising sun. And the horizon is not the leading geometric edge of the globe. It's an optical phenomenon. It changes with weather, optics, elevation. So it's the meeting of two phenomenons. The horizon, two optical phenomenons, the horizon and what's known as the sun mirage. That's official, that's not me, that's official. Even within the globe paradigm, the horizon is not the leading geometric edge of the globe because there is a constant of always at least 7 over and greater than 7 over 6 or present within that paradigm. So the horizon is not geometric within that paradigm.
He reads the charts, he takes his notes. Through cosmic waves, his theories float. Brian laughs at solar beams, calls them all his seamless dreams. He stands on rooftops, spreads his tail, challenges the globe, never fails. With each sunrise shouts his cause, sun mirage defies our laws.
So whatever the sun is seen doing at the horizon has no relevance whatsoever to do with a globe or proof for a globe or anything else.
Sun mirage in Brian's mind, no round world, no time to find. Sun mirage, it's just a game, he's convinced we're all the same.
Or this proof of a flat earth. Because as I said, officially, it's what's known as the sun mirage. Now, most people don't know that, especially on the globe side. But you're attacking the person, not the argument.
Oh, such an idiot.
You're attacking the world, not
Oh
the
my
argument. Now,
gosh,
that's what
he's so
Hume was doing
dumb.
as well. All personal attacks within
Well, that's the same shirt that I'm wearing right now. Turns out it seems we have a water pipe that has sprung a leak. So we turned off the water to the house, and I've got my work cut out for me tomorrow. I will be opening up walls inside the bathroom in the basement. So wish me luck on that. And if you're wondering, I have been redoing this room here. So this whole last weekend, I worked on the wall here behind me. I like there's a lot that I did, and I wanted to try to get it all done. I didn't obviously quite get there. I only got up to about this high, right? Anyway, this is all recycled, reclaimed pallet wood, but behind that is 2x2s, and I had to do the whole wall in 2x2 with verticals, and then I painted it, spray painted it black, and I put in, you can't really see it, but up here there's the vertical wood, and then there's around it pink styrofoam that's insulating, and then it's got a I also spray painted that. So yes. So and right behind me, this curtain here, the window's getting covered up with removable panels, but it's got to block the light. I've had tinfoil over the window. It's just taped on, so I don't get this big bright light behind me. And then there's the vertical wood that I built a frame that goes in front of the window that's removable, and it's just vertical, so it looks like bars. That's not a good, I'm like, no, I won't be doing that. Anyway, I was gonna work on that, but I think tomorrow I won't be working on that. I'll be working in the basement on the bathroom that's leaking water. So Marcus Leach says, owned an 1840s farm. I feel your pain. Well, my house is about 1880, so right in there, yeah. Obviously the pipes are newer than 1880. They didn't have inside plumbing at the time. So, okay. Let me get a few more of these here. Holy cow. Things I trust more than Dave's app. Marshall Applewhite, which I'm now Googling. As the religious leader founded. Oh, heavens. Oh, yes. Heavens. Why didn't I know that? I've been researching that. Yes. Heaven's Gate guy. Yep. And the one nice thing about people that are in that flavor of cult is they get to a point and then they stop getting new converts mostly. It's like Jonestown. Very nice. We got Greg Edmond said, I trust Santos paying his parking tickets more than Dave Weiss's app. Things I trust more than Dave's app, says Slackback. What's its understanding of anything science? Well, maybe not. That one's a toss-up. The Sun Express says things I trust more than Dave's app. A sketchy rural outhouse with no door in the far northeast China. An outhouse with no door. That's the best. No door. Yes. Have you ever been in like the house from the 40s or 50s where like it's got the basement, it's just poured concrete floor and walls, and it's all open, right? It's all unfinished and open, and there's a bathroom down there, but the bathroom's not finished. It's just a toilet in the biggest room in the house. Like, no, I don't. Yeah, you can use our downstairs bathroom if you want. You know what? I need to. I got to go home. Larry Scott says, people I trust more than Dave, Bernie Madoff. Astrocate Sathik says, things I trust more than Dave's app. MC Toon leaving for 2 weeks. I will be on a trip for 2 weeks. A week from Friday, week from Saturday, we head out. So it's Tuesday, so it's almost 2 weeks from now. We head out to Florida for a week, and we're not sure yet for the second week. So, Cretan Bull says, things I trust more than Dave's app. Nathan Oakley, around his kid. For sure. Jay Donashi says, I trust Dave's app just as much as I trust running through a lion's den with a suit made of bacon. A suit made of bacon sounds, it sounds good, doesn't it? All right. Trying something here, see what we get. What is that? Hold on. I'm trying something new. Oh no, I know why. Hold on. There we go. Okay. Hold on. I'm getting there. Just a second. Got, oh yeah, look at that. That's not good. You see that right in front of my face? That's not good. That's definitely not good. Let me get that out of there. That's not happy with that. I'm not. Got to ponder what to do about that little conundrum. We got Lord Aluminous Poo says things, TISM, things I trust more than Dave's app, my mental and emotional state. All right. Yes, that was that unexpected? All right. Oh, is this? Oh no, it's in focus. All right. Addicted to Gaming says, I trust Nathan Oakley's equipment close to my mouth more than Dave's app. Marcus Leach has owned an 1840s farm. Feel your pain. Yeah. GBS Warrior says, things I trust more than Dave's app. Bianca dressing appropriately. Evil Producer 1 says, at least you don't have to snake out between even the house and septic. I've never had issues, at least with that. That's a good thing. Steve from Wormhaven says, I would trust a flat earther rocket before I trusted Dave's app. Like, rockets push off of air. No, they don't. You really don't sound smart when you say that. Kango44 says, I trust Harvey Weinstein alone on a casting couch more than Dave's app. Naughty. Rossi says, things I trust more than Dave's app, my own self-control facing a bacon suit. Oh, we've got Rossi and Rossi and Jay Donahue should, we could have Jay Donahue wearing the bacon suit and Rossi chasing him around. That would be, that's good TV there. Itoria says, make sure to stop over to Dirth's Pag and share with him all the things you trust more. Share with him everything. Chance Johnson says, you should make a fake posting for $1 billion dome for sale in Antarctica on Zillow to stir up the flirps a bit. Oh my gosh. Aldebron 4 says, things I trust more than Dave's app, a scalper selling me tickets for a 1975 Led Zeppelin concert. I mean, wouldn't it be great? The ultimate, like this is how you know that time travel doesn't happen. If they did, then people would want to go see an old concert or an old event, right? People are like, well, how much to go see, Zeppelin in California on this day? In the they play in the that bowl thing, right? How much for that? How much, right? You'd want to go there. It'd be full of not people from the time, right? It'd be so full that no real people would be able to be there. Extra J says, hope you don't need coveralls for a wetsuit or a snorkel mask like I had to do on a pipe repair at home. Overhead pipe in a crawl space fun. No, so I a couple years ago I finished my whole basement and didn't do the bathroom. That took another couple years before I got around to doing that. So the bathroom I refinished. It's not sheetrock. It's wood panel, like a knotty pine tongue and groove. So it can come down and it can go back up. Fortunately, it's kind of a puzzle. You want to get it back in the same order. But at least you can get into it. And it's basically just a matter of prying it out, and then probably you snip the back of the nail, and then you shoot in a new nail. So not that bad, and right, not that bad compared to tearing up sheetrock, right? Sheetrock, you got to get a new sheetrock. You got to mud it. You got to do a couple layers. You got to paint it. It doesn't match. It's a mess. So this is a little better at least. But we've had an issue with some of the pipes in here. It's not a surprise. Some of the pipes they'll just spontaneously spring a leak. So when I replace them, I always replace them with the thicker pipe, even though it's more expensive. And it's all copper. Everything's copper. And yes, I solder my own copper pipe. And I'd be like, is it me? Is it my fault? Like, if it were on the actual joint, but it's in the middle. It's always been in the middle of a pipe. So what I'll probably do is I'll probably just go and put an emergency clamp on it. And then, get the stuff and do it right. But the emergency patch is what I need to do. But also, it's nice thing. It's wood. It's got poly on it, and it's not saturated. So unlike sheetrock, like, it can get a little wet. So I'm like, well, here's what you do. You turn off the valve to the house, and if you need to use it, you turn the valve on, use it, turn it back off again. So it's not that big of a deal, actually. Hopefully. Evil Producer 1 says, things I trust more than Dave's app. Daniel Press water heater. Daitori says, just don't share as much as his app does. That's easy to do. His app shares everything. Real Cygnus says, PEX is easier, cheaper, and survives freezing. I agree. And I would use PEX, but everything is copper in my house right now. So, if I was going to do a new project, yeah, I'd do PEX in the new project. But if I'm going to patch a pipe, that's this section of a copper pipe, I'm going to patch that section with PEX. I don't think so. And I'm not going to tear it all out and replace everything. So, yeah, I know PEX is better, but the thing is, I've never had the same thing burst. It's always been a different spot. So I'll replace this one section, and the section that's burst now isn't the same section. So I don't know. I've asked people, like, yeah, this happens down at the hardware stores. Like, yep, that happens. Our city's water is like that. I'm like, what? Whatever. Kango 44 says, I'd trust a free trip to Jeffrey Epstein's island more than Dave's app. Jeez. Philip Beretta. This is all this is tonight. This is it, right? This says, things I trust more than Dave's app. That container of something I found hiding in the back of the bottom shelf of the fridge. Yeah. Rossi says, things I trust more than Dave's app. Gas station sushi after midnight. I've never had gas station sushi before midnight. I can't imagine. Kango 44 says, I trust gas station sushi more than Dave's app. Man, Rossi and Kango 44 were thinking the same thing. Shadow Doc says, things I trust more than Dave's app. Being a cow near Santos. All right, we've got for 10 Czech Republic dollars, or is I don't know what the name is for the currency. Is it dollars or something else? Name is, it looks like Chiclechizet, but I'm sure that's entirely wrong. I apologize for getting your name wrong. 10 Czech Republic currency units, but no message. I think that's maybe in the range of you don't get a message for that. I don't know. Anyway, thank you very much for that. Tag me if you want me to read something. Max says, things I trust more than Dave's app. That agent's badge saying female body inspector. Seriously, Max, that's what Max wears around town at the airport. Yeah, during tourist season. That's what he, seriously, send us pictures. Of you, just of you wearing that badge with the big old smile like this with that badge. That's what we want. The Sun Express says things I trust more than Dave's app, saving big money at Menards. Hey, wait a second. You do save big money at Menards. You know how you know that? Because when you're in the store, you're constantly bombarded with the song saying save big money at Menards. That's how you know. There's no way you can't save it when the song says that. Silly people. Steve from Wormhaven says, R.I.P. Music Biz, Marty the True King of Akron. Marty the True King. So who is this? I don't know who this is. Here we go. The King of Akron. Homeless man. Did Marty die 1 day ago? I saw it, and if he didn't, I don't know who he is. The Drift King, Music Biz Marty. I'm sorry, I don't even know. But R.I.P. anyway, I guess. Shane Eslick says Dearth's app shares everything but intelligence. Well, it does share the globe prediction sunset and sunrise time for your location. That's nice. It does make an external call to a third-party application to do that. It does not compute that internally. If it were to attempt to compute that internally, it would have to use the globe, or it would get it wrong. There's no flat Earth way to compute the sunset time. According to Flat Earth, the sunset time is never. That's the Flat Earth geometry prediction for the sunset time. Icy Spin says, how many views do you think Santos's video has? Check DM. Oh, that cannot be good. Did it go away? 177 followers. I don't see the screenshot doesn't have. I don't know. Profile. Oh. 666 total views. Actually, no. The channel has 666 total views. The video has 1.3 thousand. Wow. Seriously, and one of the first comment is, "This is awesome. You're a legend, brada." Wow. Wow. Another one says, "Free lodging at my house, Santos. I'll be glad to welcome you. You rock, brother." After listing off the names of people that he is asking people to. Wow. Another person says, "I can't disagree with you here." Wow. It's people are insane that they would even consider that. Oh my gosh. It's he really does need to be put into an asylum permanently. That there's like he could not. Here's the thing: if he ever were to be brought into court, have you ever watched those court videos of the sovereign citizens and that, right, where they think that they get to say things and tell the judge how things are happen? Like, that's not how it works, right? He would do that. He would start spouting off his whack nonsense and be like, "Oh, we need to put this guy up for an eval." They'd put him in for an eval to see if he's nuts. They would say, "Yep, he's nuts." And then that'd be it. He would, for the rest of his life, be in a nut house. And nobody would miss him. Not one person would miss Santos if he was in that nut house. Just a Messenger says, I trust there is a dome more than I trust Dave's app. There is no dome. Dave can't even decide. He's like, oh, there's more lands. Well, if there's more lands, there can't be a dome. But he thinks there's a dome. He named his scam cryptocurrency Dome Shot, which is a euphemism for blowjob. Look it up. Google Dome Shot. Click on Urban Dictionary. It's right there. He knows it. He still chose it. Monkey Cat Pat Pat says, things I trust more than Dave's app. One-eyed, one-horned, flying purple people eater, or one-eyed, one-horned, flying purple people eater. It's true. I'm not going to sing it. You're welcome for not singing it. Indie Tiger Sci-Fi Review says, things I trust more than Dave's app. That food I ate last week that gave me food poisoning. The thing about food poisoning is it's unless it is really bad, it's a one-time thing, right? And then it's gone. But if you use Dave's app and it leaks your information, that information has been leaked forever. You can't unleak that information. So, Astro Kate Sathix says, things I trust more than Dave's app. Wile E. Coyote's plan to ride a giant rocket to catch the Roadrunner. I love that. Kango44 says, things I trust more than Dave's app. Buying stuff off Temu. Like, I've accidentally wound up on Temu, and I'm like, just let me look at this. And it's like, spin here to see if you want. I'm like, I just want to look at the thing. No, I got to click that thing. You can't just look at stuff. You have to. I'm like, okay, I could use uBlock Origin to, block that if it's an iframe or whatever it is, right? To have the CSS for that chunk gone. But like, whatever, I'm just going to click through it. I don't want to make every time I'm like, ooh, I get a 30% off. You know what that means? It means that everything's automatically 30% off. That's their base. It's their scam. Ooh. Oh man. The first letter is an O/, which to a programmer is just a 0 because I slash my zeros. And it's a Y followed by a Y. So I want to say Oyvind, but it's probably not. It's probably Oyvind. And then the second word also has an R, O/Y. I love this. Icelandic. I'm guessing Icelandic. Oh no, I could have looked at the currency. It's Norwegian kroners. So Norwegian. Last name Rusland says, things I trust more than Dave's app. Tunes copper pipes. Oh my gosh. Oh, it hurt. It's right here. It just goes right for it. Kango44 for $2 Kiwi says, things I trust more than Dave's app. Scientific paper citations from ChatGPT. Actually, I gotta say, yes, when Witsit first, because let me just preface it, flat earthers don't know how to do research. Flat earthers don't know how to verify sources. Flat earthers trust what they want to trust and distrust everything that they don't want to trust. That's how they function. They don't know how to evaluate things for correctness. They have no idea for how to do that. So early days of ChatGPT, it would hallucinate things. ChatGPT is a large language model. You tell it what to tell you. Okay, you say, I want you to give me an answer that looks like this. And so it would take input that looked similar and would say, okay, I will construct an answer that looks like that. So you say, give me scientific papers that this. Right now, if they do exist, it can pull from its own source those actual things. If they don't exist, it will still give you an answer because that's its job, instruct what it's programmed to do. It will do what it's programmed to do. And it will say, okay, well, you want something that looks like this on, Bolivian sand crab mating rituals. And it'll say, okay, well, what other scientific journals have papers on mating rituals and Bolivian stuff, animals, and sand crabs? And it will pull from journals, name this real journal, right? And put them together and say, take real authors from it and take real sounding and manufacture real sounding titles to papers and give it volume numbers and page numbers that look real and say, well, here it is. Here is article on the mating rituals of the Bolivian sand crab in the Journal of Crustacean Mating, right? By this person that really wrote an article in that real journal. And that's what Austin did, looking for some stuff. And it was like, oh, proof. He just thought, oh yeah, that exists. It totally does. And then he goes to look it up, and of course it doesn't come up because the DOI link that isn't, it looks like a DOI link, but it doesn't come up. It comes up with the 404. He's like, oh, I can't access it. No, that doesn't mean you can't access it. That means it doesn't exist. So, but he thought that was real. And so then he told somebody, here are some articles that somebody sent me. Do you think you could get access to them? And he asked this of Bryant Myers, who he thought had access to scientific journals. And I don't think that Bryant had any particular academic access at the time. But it doesn't matter though. And so Bryant and I looked at him like, that doesn't, these are all just complete crap. And so the story was, somebody gave it to me. And Bryant went back to him. And then the story changed to, I got them mixed up with something else. Anyway, the story kept changing. The point is the lie of somebody sent it to me. Nobody sent it to him. He went to ChatGPT and asked for it. And then he lied about his source because he lies. That's what he does. So, Real Cygnus says mute. Who's mute? Who's mute? Am I mute? I'm not mute. Back. Oh, you're back. Good. Is sand crab mating a joke to you, Marcus Lee? It is not. It's near and dear to my heart. All right. Anyway, that was a long aside from Gango 44. The Sun Express is things I trust more than Dave's app. Ancient Bohemian crown / Czechlands being the etymological source of the dollar thaler. Oh my goodness. What an obscure reference that is, the Sun Express. I have no idea what that means, but it sounds amazing. Shaun 07AU. So science deniers' research is equal to confirmation bias. It is. Oh, I jumped a bunch. Sorry. It is. It's their process. Start with the pre-selected conclusion. Look for things that sort of kind of maybe don't really support that conclusion. Ignore or denigrate everything that doesn't, everything that conflicts with or contradicts that conclusion. And then number 4, declare that your conclusion has been proven. That's their process. Jay Donashi says, forget Zillow. I found a dome for $750 million and it only has 35,732 holes in it. And a Tesla stuck in it on eBay. What? I don't know what that is. That a reference to something? Oh, a Tesla. Yes. Okay. 35,000 satellites in space. Is that right? And a Tesla. I got it. I think I got it. Evil Producer 1 says, as a Scotty, there are 3 places to spend your shekels, aside from Tom the Bar, as is Quick Trip, Culver's, and Menards. Absolutely, man. Menards it's my first stop. The place with the orange bucket and the place with the blue bucket. Nah, they're second and third. They're actually, they're so far down, they're third and fourth. I'll go to them one more. Then I'll go to the other Menards if they don't have it there. Right? And then be like, okay, place with the blue bucket. Fine. And yeah, Culver's. Love Culver's. Omega Red says things I trust more than Dave's app. Investing into Sam's musical career. Oh my gosh. Oh, I love Sam. He's so funny. He's so funny with if you missed the debate that I had with Sam, where he thought that even though he said that the entirety of Apollo missions were fake, he also said that they went to the moon or space or something somehow under the dome and got aliens, an alien virus up near the dome. He actually he put that into his PowerPoint presentation that he prepared ahead of time. It wasn't like seat of the pants, let me just think up something to get out of this corner I painted myself in. This was pre-written intentionally. It's amazing. You have to watch it if you haven't. He goes by Sizzle Deft, so you might find it listed under Sizzle Deft or SOM, Sound of Music. He also goes by Blessings NGA. NGA, I think NGA. Blessing is his name. Stringfellow Hawk says things I trust more than Dave's app. George Costanza becoming a marine biologist. Oh my gosh. Every single episode of Seinfeld is 12 episodes. Monkey Cat Pat says, please bring back Sam. I miss him so much. He's a difficult one to actually get booked because he has such a weird life, a weird schedule. He's a computer professional, but he can't get his computer working. Every single time he's got 15 minutes to 45 minutes of computer problems every time. And then in the middle, oh, my laptop battery died. Weren't you charging it? No, I forgot. Good computer professional. Deadly Dave says things I trust more than Dave's app. Elizabeth Holmes medical patch. Cretan Bull. Things I trust more than Dave's app. QE with the keys to my liquor cabinet. Oh dear. QE can empty a liquor cabinet in one evening. Doesn't matter how big it is. He will pound everything. You'll just find him laying in the bottom of it in the morning, just going over the steps of the scientific method that he invented himself. Nobody uses. He couldn't use it to discover anything, but he'll just be rambling that off to himself. Icy Spin says, don't you and Craig pay for his phone calls for the sake of the debate? We do. So Sam lives in a rather poor area of Africa, and he'd been on my show, and I found out that he has to pay for internet access, and for him to be on video, he has to pay a good amount for video access. I'm like, well, how much did it cost you to come onto my show to debate me for fun, right? For fun for us. And he's like, oh, it costs this much. I'm like, I can't have you paying that much money for that. So I sent him, I'm like, I got to pay money. So I sent him It was like $7. Right? But that's a lot. So I'm like, here. And I sent him 10. He's like, oh, do you want the rest back? I said, you can keep the $3. And so I don't want to set a precedent of paying flat earthers to debate, but I definitely do want him to not have to pay to debate. So I'll always do that for some. And he's misled in a few things, but he is a gentle and funny soul most of the time. So, okay. So we've got, I'm gonna mispronounce this either way. So I'm going to just kind of mispronounce it in a way that I hope that you see is a compliment. Okay. A term of endearment. Chiclazette says Dominic banned Peter Markley from his Discord. So Dominic was who I debated. Peter Markley and I debated last week. And it did not go well for Dominic or Alan from Space Audits. It was quite embarrassing. Alan from Space Audits completely boffed up the math. He did what Fakatsoid did. He labeled a degree, 60 degrees, as the hypotenuse. That's right. He thought that the length of a side, a linear value, was a degree, number of degrees. Like he actually wrote it down. And then when he was called out on it in the comments of his video, he doubled down the wrong direction. He's like, oh no, I didn't mean that. I just wrote it there on the diagram. And Globey McGlobeface is talking about it. He goes, no, you didn't. You actually substituted in your formula. You wrote the text, this equals hypotenuse times whatever, right? And then next line down, you substituted 60 degrees in for hypotenuse. Flat earthers can't math. No exceptions. Well, 2. Can't be a law. 2 exceptions. Slackback says, things I miss, things I trust more than Dave's app. Wits its ability to measure angles with his eyes. Of course. Oh my gosh. It's like, he's so just, how? All right, where to go? All right, well, here's Witsit. Yeah, so like I was totally like the sun is the wrong angle. Like it's according to the heliocentric paradigm, it's only supposed to be 34 degrees at the most, and it's definitely way more than 34 degrees. The globe paradigm is debunked, totally falsified. Then Dave McKeegan shows up. Hey Toon, what can you measure the angle to the sun? Oh yeah, hold on a second. Just 29.8 degrees. It's what an idiot. Justin Messenger says, I trust Witsit to not vape more than Dave's app. Oh my gosh. Dude, he's trying to look, people. He's trying to hide it from someone. Shh. Don't let her know. Don't let them know. We don't know if it's a her. Might not be a her. Definitely don't know if it's a her. Okay? Help a brother out, bro. Itorius says, things I trust more than Scammer Dave's unsecured data leaking app. Alan's hypotenuse. Yes. Justin Messenger says, things I trust more than Dave's app. Anakin Skywalker around younglings. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Oh, yes. Kango 44 says, things I trust more than Dave's app. The Ferengi. Indeed. Don't trust the Ferengi. Gosh. But do trust them more than Dave's app. They, Both Dave and the Ferengi need their gold-pressed platinum and will do anything for it. Dave Kircher says, things I trust more than Dave's app, a sure thing investment from my uncle with gambling debts. You ever think about this? I mean, this is what I see all the time. Scams, right? This is part of my career for most of my career. When you see somebody advertising, here's how you too can earn money doing this thing in your spare time. Right? Wait a second. This guy knows how to make extra money, lots of extra money in spare time without putting in a lot of time, and wants you to purchase this information from him. If he knew how to make money in his spare time and the entirety of the market wasn't tapped out, why would he tell anybody? He would just do it. The fact that he's selling it is proof that it doesn't work. If it worked, he would not tell anybody. He wouldn't need to. I'm not saying he would need to hide it, right? But he wouldn't put in the time and effort to build some sort of a system to inform and educate people how to do it and then charge them for it. If he was doing it out of the goodness of his own heart, it would be free. And if he was doing it for money, he would just do that thing for money. Right? That's how you know it's a scam. He would never tell anybody. Right? Same thing with every single free energy. Every single one of them. Right? Why would you want to sell your free energy idea? You wouldn't. Step one, if you have free energy, if you can generate electricity for more than it costs to do it, is you would do it yourself. You would hook it up to your own house. And then in the United States, I don't know if it's every state, but certainly in Minnesota, move to a different state. If you generate electricity, your meter will go the other direction and you'll get paid every month, right? So step one, see if you can at least get a $0 electric bill. You wouldn't go to the internet to tell people about it. Step one, you would do it for yourself first. So if you go on Twitter right now, you look and somebody says, oh, here, you can get energy from the ether. They are hiding it from you. Okay. Why didn't you just build it yourself? Build it yourself and run it yourself. If you can't build it and run it yourself, but you're going to tell people about it, you can't build it and run it yourself. And this is the problem. This is a challenge with society. People can't figure out that simple thing. I don't know. It strikes me just like this is the most glaring, obvious thing when I see these types of things. Flirps are dumb, right? And so they buy it all the time. They completely just are like, oh, free energy. It's a thing. Like, oh, this guy got it, and then they didn't want you to know. The big oil companies didn't want you to know, so they killed him. Like, no, they would offer him $1 million, $100 million. Hey, can we buy this from you? Right? Because if the energy companies could do that, if an oil company had the secret on how to do that, they'd say, oh, you know what? We're going to go make money on that. They wouldn't need to stop it from being used. They would be the ones to use it. They'd patent it and then they'd use it. It's so obvious. They don't get it. Things I trust more than Dave's app, says IC Spin. Marissa as my pilot on a red eye. Oh my gosh. Marissa, whoo, doggy. Marissa, big eyes, crazy eyes. Leslie Rohrer would like to nominate Santos Bonacci for Humanitarian of the Year. a waste of a vote there, but the rabbit says, when I grow up, I want to be Ensign Witsit Gets It. Oh my gosh. Is that like Ensign Wusley Crusher? Oh my gosh. Monkey Cat Pat Pat says, things I trust more than Dave's app. Witsit talking to Craig in Jersey. Ooh. That's 2 weeks away. I hope Craig has, I hope somebody brings him a spit guard, a face mask of some sort, so he's safe. Alexander L had a message that was deleted by Leslie Rohrer. Leslie, what was that? Chick Lizette says, Dominic banned Peter Markley from his Discord. When we tried to join that Discord, we asked to solve the Riemann hypothesis to pass a test. They are so good at math, they don't even need to do math. That's on in the ether cosmology guys. Think about this. Relativity is a math-heavy theory. Very much a math-heavy theory. The people that think that they have falsified relativity can't do middle school algebra. They cannot do middle school algebra. And they think that they have disproven an extremely math-heavy theory. Now, this can't be stressed enough. With few exceptions, if you're going to actually, disprove something, you need to understand it first. Then you can work to disprove it because the theory has very specific things that it's going to predict, and you need to work out those things that it predicts. Right? There's other ways. There's potentially other ways, right? So it's not an absolute, but you're not going to do it if you don't understand the topic at all. But anyway, what did Alexander L say? Oh, it was accidental. Leslie! All right, Alexander L. Tag me while I prepare the wet noodle to lash Leslie with. Because whatever it was, he says it was an accident. So all I said was Alan's space audits for top left. All right. And here's what happens. See this? There you go. Alexander L. Okay. Now I'm going to do this temporarily. Hold on. Temporarily. There you go. Okay. Alexander L, you can right now, for fun, you get to time out Leslie. Make it short so that he can comment it again and I can promote him again. But just for fairness, you get. I'll be watching it. Alexander L says, all I said was Alan for top left. If Fakatzoid knows he's stupid, Alan doesn't. Oh, that's true. That's true. Fakatzoid knows that he's a dishonest liar. Alan thinks he's smart. Okay. Jack Fetter says, I don't have to trust Dave's app. I'm set for life. A Nigerian prince has agreed to split 60 million if I simply loan him a small amount first. Oh, Alexander L doesn't even know how. Okay, here's how you do it. You go like great. If you're watching, let's see. Nomad Universe says, is there a debate happening today? Who you destroying this time? You go like this. You get this little. You see what I'm doing there? You see it, right? You get the 3 little dots there, right? And then you can go like, delete chat. I have more things than you do. Anyway, so there you can do things right there. Anyway, there it is. Sean07 007 AU says, is that a golden eye thing? It says things I trust more than Dave's app. What's its time perception or 60 IQ? Can't time out mods. No, I unmodded Leslie just so that there's some reciprocity here. Yeah, I didn't. Nomad, you're good. You're good, Nomad Universe. The Sun Express says, things I trust more than Dave's app, a Flurf's ability to measure angles to things whilst stood on the slope of a mountain. Oh, that's right. Because they think you can't measure an angle to something if you're on a non-flat surface. All right. See that? See it? Look at Leslie's not currently a mod. You can get him. Come on, get him. Get him, Al. Alexander L. You can do it. It's okay. He knows. He's good. You'll shake hands and be friends. Thinking about cake. Challenge you all to not think about cake right now. I just joined, so sorry it's been said. Things I trust more than Dave's app. Letting the Toon family name out of my pets. Name one of my pets. Just kidding. Love the names. Alejandro Vallejo says, hey, I know you've said ChatGPT is bad at math, but have you tried GPT specialized in math? I have. So ChatGPT has gotten significantly better at things over time. I've used quite a bit Claude for things, and I have tried the new, because I have a paid subscription. I've tried the new O3 GPTs. So yes, and ChatGPT 4 is better at math for sure. So even algebra, it's better. So, but still, don't trust it. Some people have been doing some research into how to better train models for doing math or other problem solving better. So one of the ways they do that is they train it with known problems with answers, and they have it work through to get to the answer. And then if they get it right, it gets rewarded. And if it gets it wrong, it gets penalized. So it's not like a person gets rewarded. It's just like it'll add weight or remove weight from a particular method. So anyway, so that's one of the ways that they're looking at training things so that it's better at math. But even then, you know, same with a person, you need to trust, only a certain amount. So you need to validate things. You know, when you do math, you need to validate it. When somebody else does math, you should validate it. One God is now here says, things I trust more than Dave's app. MC Tunes P1000 proving curvature across Lake Tahoe. Oh, that reminds me. I need to do this. Hold on. So if you saw, and I mentioned it and I still haven't done it. And so the people that I met at the lake, there it is. So they did where is it? Nope, that's not it. So they did a video, and it's a really good video. There it is. Okay. And so what I want you to do is I want you all right now, they have 322 subscribers, and there are 800 watching right now. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to all go to this video. And I want you to subscribe to them. And I want you to give a thumbs up to that video, and I want you to watch it. All right. Because that's got 18 views right now. And I want you all to go watch it right now. So this was the Robinson twins that my wife and I met at Lake Tahoe at the dock, and they had scouted the day before, because I had to shift the day that the vacation. Actually, it was already shifted. I didn't know. My fault. But they had planned to be there the original time. So that evening, the Friday, they went to the dock. They scouted out the location. They did a ton of footwork. huge amount of work. I really, really appreciated what they did. And this particular video, they have better results than I got because the weather was better for that day than it was when I was there. It's a really, really good video. I can't recommend it highly enough. And they definitely did show some curvature there. So make sure that you subscribe, make sure that you give them a thumbs up there. And I really appreciate it because they're planning on doing a series on this. They're one of them, or maybe both, are former teachers, retired now. So they know what they're doing. They're good guys. So things I trust more than Dave's app, says Patricio FC. Nathan Oakley babysitting my baby. No, not really. Yep, that one. That one you don't trust. Nope, don't trust that one. Things that IC Spin trusts more than Dave's app is Kit Boga's email inbox for Amazon refunds. And Rossi trusts things more than Dave's app, like that we finished the stream without ever playing a video. And yes, it's been an hour and 45 minutes. I haven't started the video yet. Okay. 79 views, 15 comments. That's what I'm talking about. So, definitely subscribe. It costs you nothing to subscribe, right? And YouTube's algorithm is not just to your subscribers. It's definitely an issue. YouTube will suggest to you things that you've been watching more than things that you're subscribed to. Right? So even if you're not subscribed to something, it will still recommend it to you, as you would hope, right? But it almost doesn't even consider what you're subscribed to. I don't know how it suggests things that you're subscribed to. Where does that fall in the algorithm? I don't know. Somewhere down. Me says, you always get distracted when my joke goes up the chat. All right, let's look. Let's look for me. It's a bit difficult when the person's name is me. Okay. Ooh. I'm not going to read that. I'll let everybody else read that right there. It's highlighted. It's about Oakley and what he likes to put in his mouth. Oh my gosh. B Rizzle. Things I trust more than Dave's app: brain surgery performed by someone with Parkinson's. Shane Essex says, I use my YouTube homepage. Yep. Oh my gosh. Oh, yeah. So anyway, my point was definitely subscribe to the Robinson twins and just let them know that you've already done that. So I appreciate that. I think they did a lot, and they're just a couple really nice guys. We went to lunch with them. We met them at the dock there. We hung out. We measured the length of a line of longitude. I haven't actually added that to my documentation yet. That's still on my to-do list. Measured the radius of the Earth, nailed it, and then went out to eat at a nice Mexican restaurant in Tahoe. It was a great day. So, oh no, it's Andy says, things I trust more than Dave's app: a Nigerian email. Okay, you know what time it is? What time is it? It is time to get into Dave's presentation with this guy here. Dr. Shiva. So let's get going. It can be proven that. No, it can't, Dave. He's such a douche. You know what? That was muted. You didn't hear any of that. You know, it's probably to your benefit. It's okay. It's okay.
It's lighting up this area right here. right? It's darker over here because this is a local light. What is it? We don't know, right? But it's a local.
Yes, Dave, flat earthers don't know. It's not acceptable to not have an answer in this instance, right? When you're in school, yeah, okay. It's more honest to not have an answer than to have a made up, insane answer like etherically displaced. But neither is acceptable because you're not going up against people that don't have an answer. You're going up against people that have centuries of detailed answers. So you not only need to have an answer, that answer needs to be better than the current answers. And they go the opposite direction. Like, we don't even know. Not acceptable. You don't get to play at the big boy table if you don't even have an answer that's even remotely correct. So not knowing what the sun is a fail.
Local light for sure. It can be proven that. And, we live on this realm. Now, we're going to be talking about where we live in this incredibly large system. And we live on this dielectric plane inside a toroidal field, right? And so we're going to be talking about 1% of what this world is. And that's where we live, on the 1%, the dielectric plane.
Dielectric plane. He has no damn clue what that means.
The Earth is supposedly rotating at 1,000 miles an hour below this balloon, right? 1,000 miles an hour to the east. This balloon is disconnected from the Earth. It's nearly in space, if that's a real thing. And when it came down, it landed east of where it took off. It should have landed, it was up for over 3.5 hours. It should have landed 3,000 miles out west in the ocean.
And here we see so many failings of the flat earther. And Dave knows this. He's heard this answer. That's what's so telling about it, that he is a pure scammer. He knows the answer. He knows that conservation of momentum is a real thing and that's the answer. But he is trying to fool his audience. He's trying to find a mark that will believe him. Right? And he doesn't quite know who it is that he's talking to, right? He thinks that this guy's just a conspiracy theorist. Well, so this is Dr. Shiva. He is an engineer. And to my knowledge, he does have a PhD and he does have some engineering degrees and some engineering background. Okay. When it comes to shape of the earth, these kinds of people are pretty good, but that doesn't mean they have the background in knowing your lies. Now, there are a few videos that flat earthers love to play. Their absolute first most famous, their favorite one is the little piggy cam, which has that wire coming from the bottom corner up right toward the middle, right? And you can tell it's a little piggy cam because there's this wire right here. As soon as you see that, you're like, that's a little piggy cam. It's a GoPro with a hugely distorting lens. And the horizon is a little bit below center frame, causing it to warp it up a little bit, so that the curve that's there gets removed. And so they crop about a 30-second clip of it. And that's all they ever play. And so the first flat earther to put together that clip was deceiving people. And every flat earther ever after did not do their own research and was gullible. This one here, Dave likes to play all the time. And I don't know which one in particular this is. So here's a little bit of crowdsourcing here. If you look at this video, Dave's other videos, what is the source of that video? Because no doubt it's the same thing as Little Piggy Cam. He has a 30-second clip. The horizon's a little bit below the middle center frame. The curve of the lens curves it up. But yes, you can see. Look over on the right side there of it. It's curving up. This is very obvious. Very obvious. A barrel distorting lens, and it's a curved horizon that's been curved the opposite direction by the lens. So I'd like to find the original for this so that I can put it up and embarrass him for lying. So Icy Spin says, did you ever tell the story of how we found out the high school that Dearth spoke at that you mentioned earlier? That was fun. I did mention that back when we first figured it out. There was a little bit of, I think it was on like a shirt. cross-referenced a few things. I exchanged emails with the teacher in the end. And he explained to me all of the stuff. It's a conspiracy nutter class, and they all of the students journal their thoughts on the process, and the kids aren't falling for it. They've been instructed on how to not be gullible. That's the point of the class. So,
What are you talking about, Dave?
This shot right here is just a weather balloon. Went up to 100.
Yeah, so let's just
20,000 feet.
Let's take time out here. Let's just take first principles. Okay.
Yep.
okay, now Dave has a presentation, and the way Flat Earth works is to do rapid fire. That's Dave's tactic. As soon as somebody has a question, next topic. If they have a question, next topic, right? So that they always get this backlog of things that they don't get answers to. And so that you get to something that sticks. That's what Dave's doing. It's part of his hard sell training.
Let's just go to very simple first principles.
Sure.
Okay. And let's go to the basic scientific method. So let's review what the scientific method is.
Dave, a not scientist who has spent all of his career in sales, won't have any idea. The only scientific method that he knows about is from other flat earthers who also don't know anything about science. So he mixes up two things here.
What is the scientific method?
Observable, repeatable, testable.
That's not the scientific method. But a lot of flat earthers give that as the answer. Like, that's not even a method. That's just attributes of something. Definitely things you should have, but that's not a method. Now, here comes his method straight from QE.
With an independent variable and a fixed variable. Something that's done in
Well, no, that's not what the scientific method. Let's just follow what is the scientific method. What's the first step in the scientific method?
You tell me where you want to go with this.
He doesn't know. He can't spout off quantum erasers nonsense, and this guy isn't going to take it anyway.
Well, I think we need to follow the framework, what we're going to use to get to truth.
Sure.
So the scientific method, because otherwise it's just everyone's just talking over each other.
Sure.
The scientific method says first you come up with a hypothesis, step one.
Sure.
You can have a hypothesis that the Earth is round or the Earth is flat or the Earth is whatever, multidimensional. Okay. It's not Earth, it's maybe 15th dimensional, whatever that is. Okay. Then the next thing you do, you agree that you're going to do an experiment.
Sure.
The methodology of an experiment, step two. Mm-hmm. Then you gather data from that experiment.
Sure.
Okay, and you agree what data you're going to gather.
Sure.
So once that's step three in the scientific method, once you gather that data, you organize that data, and then you produce a model from that data, what that data gives.
Sure.
If that data matches your hypothesis, you say, great, I believe I have something here that's true.
All right, let's do it. I have an.
All right, so pay attention, right? So Shiva here, Dr. Shiva here, is going through this, and he's trying to back it up. He says, I wanna step through this and carefully analyze this. Dave is having none of that.
Let me finish. Let's just go through, because a lot of people didn't learn this in third grade.
Yep.
Which is, and I don't think the educational system teaches this anymore. And then if you prove that your data and that model matches your hypothesis, then you would do another experiment.
Correct.
And you iterate over and over and over again. Correct. And if you say that it's reproducing, if you say at this point in time, based on the data we have a law that the Earth is XYZ. Okay.
Got it.
So let me give you an example, so let's just set the framework of science here. Or do we agree the framework's not true? First, in biological and engineering systems, you manipulate a system of some kind, then you measure the data from that system, and then you mine that data, and then you model it. It's called the 4 M's. Okay. So manipulate, measure, mine, and model. If the model matches your hypothesis, you continue. If it doesn't, you have to throw away your hypothesis was false. It doesn't matter whether you're wearing a red hat, a blue hat. It doesn't matter how wealthy you are. It doesn't matter if you're good looking or not. You're just fucking wrong.
Yep.
So,
I got one for you. I have one for you. An example.
No, but wait. Do you agree this is a scientific?
Yeah, 100%. Yep.
Okay. So now, if someone says the Earth is round, okay, or someone says the Earth is flat, they have to propose an experiment.
Let's do it.
That everyone agrees to. Okay.
I got it.
And then they go. So before we go there was a recent experiment that was done in Antarctica, right?
It was not an experiment. It was an observation of a light in the sky under very sketchy circumstances.
Did you hear? You can see he's starting to sweat. Shiva knows. He knows. And Dave is not going to snow this guy. It's great. This is great. It's like, it's not an experiment. It's an observation. Of course it's an experiment. He just agreed. You just need to have a hypothesis. You need a hypothesis, right? And then you test the hypothesis. He just agreed to that. He goes, it's not an experiment. It's just an observation. No, it's a hypothesis. Hypothesis. Earth is a globe, and that globe predicts that the sun in Antarctica on these days in these locations will be up 24 hours a day above the horizon. Hypothesis. Earth flat. Prediction. You need to make a prediction. Then you, right? The sun will set, or the sun will do something matching the geometry of flat Earth. There's the experiment, right? You're testing a hypothesis. It has to have an independent variable and a dependent variable. Not necessary. That's common, but that's not it. It's not as narrow as that. It's more broad. Science is more powerful than that. But in this instance, there is an independent variable. It's your location on the Earth, Zumi. That's correct.
Let me show you an experiment.
But that too, but Dave, Dave, that is an experiment because
it's not.
It is. An experiment is where you propose, even how you propose to observe data is an experiment, okay? You're saying, I'm going to do this, this, and this. I'm going to collect this data, and then I'm going to do this, this, and this to mine that data to model it. So I haven't even looked into the math of this or any of this. You know, I have 4 engineering degrees, right? And this is what engineers can't lie like scientists can. Engineers have to build stuff that works.
Yep.
And so we have to live with the reality of natural laws. Otherwise, you can say all the shit you want, but if something you build doesn't work, it falls out of the sky.
Right.
So if you go to the experiment that was done, and I believe some non-flat earther and a flat earther was involved in that, can you describe what they agreed to do?
Well, I'd rather talk about the shape of the Earth.
Oh, he doesn't want to talk about it.
And the lights in the sky that nobody knows what they are.
No.
They are.
But just to educate people, some guy agreed to do this experiment with this guy, right?
No, they did not. No one agreed to do an experiment. They agreed to go make an observation of the sky and see what it told us.
Right, but that's an experiment, Dave.
Well, it's not, because the lights.
Here, Dave, an idiot who has no background in this topic at all, is trying to inform Dr. Shiva here, who does have background in this topic. Top left right there.
In the sky do not dictate the shape of the floor. Like, look up at the lights in your ceiling and tell me if they tell you what shape your floor is. Here's an experiment. Let me show you an experiment.
Let's not talk, Dave.
You see how Dave didn't want to let him contemplate that for 1 second before we moved on to the next thing? And he already had queued up this next slide. He's already brought up this next slide. He's trying to snowball the whole thing. Shock and just push through to the next thing.
Dave, let's not talk analogies, because analogies in science don't work.
So I got you. So let me show you an experiment right here. If something doesn't curve, then it's what? If something does not curve, then it's flat.
Well, you have to define what curvature is.
If something has no curvature, then it's flat. Okay, here is a lake, right? And we got a camera on a frozen lake. So large bodies of water at rest lie flat. When
I can't make out. No, Dave, stop. I don't know what you're showing me here.
I'm going to show you. You have to give me time to show you.
No, but what I'm saying is I haven't seen this experiment you're showing me.
But I'm going to show you.
I do see a guy named Waterman thinking that he wants to debate me. This happens regularly, so it's just the same thing. Email me mc2@mc2.net if you want. If you don't, then I will. And if you're here saying you want to debate me, you send me an email. If you don't send me an email and still say you want to debate me, I will ban you from the channel, because I don't find humor in that kind of All right.
And then you can verify everything, right? And there's tons of videos, so you don't have to go and do.
Okay, we've got a couple people saying this may be the the video. So let me see here. Okay. Let's take a break for a second. Dearth or potato. Here comes the flood. Okay. So here we have one video that might be a potential. I think this looks somewhat similar to Dearth the Potatoes video. So there's the sun there, right there. There's one. Here's another, and of course, flat earthers re-render the same video 1,000 times. This looks similar, but now this is a minute 30, right? Does it have the original? No original. No original. So, and that's the thing, right? But this right here, if you look at this, high altitude balloon, why is the horizon at 114,000 feet? So this is curved. You see that? It's curved. So now, no doubt the curve is affected by the distortion of the lens. So we got another one. Right, and what we really want is we want the source video, which is always the hardest part, right? So the minute 30 from a flat earther here, that doesn't tell us the source, but it might get us one step closer. This one here, high altitude balloon from No Donk Record Productions. Yeah, I've seen this one too. It's got stuff on the left and right there. Right, but you can see right here, it's curved. It's not even. Okay, so 703. Let's back it up here. Okay, right there. So this is Dave's. Right here. So we'll look at the sun there, and we'll see if we can find the sun at a similar spot on this one. So there's the sun there. Fuzzy horizon. Bright sun with lens flares sticking up. It's somewhat there. It's not the same spot if it is. Well, yeah, see, it's not quite, I don't know. You can see on his, it's got kind of a crisp clouds. It's like all clouds, and then there's breaks in the clouds. Where this one looks like it's wispy clouds. So I don't know about that, okay? There's this one here, which is lots of clouds, but unfortunately the video is super, man, it's super blurry. High altitude, 121,000. This is definitely not the same video. I think this is two different videos. Yeah, look at that. It's two different videos. Okay, so let's look at, I don't know. Then we got this one. Peter Markley sent minute 30, says go to. You can see the breaks in the clouds. We can see, oh, that looks like it. Okay. That's it for sure. I'm going with it. There's the link. Balloon level, high altitude balloon from No Donk Records. Says no fisheye, no lens correction, no curvature. They always lie. No globe, no SLIs, research flat earth. So this is, as always, a lie. So now We're one step closer. This is the same, right? Look at that. That same lens flare going up to the left. That's it, Peter. Nice work. Okay, so now that's a minute. That's 2 minutes and 48 seconds of the entire video. Where's the source? We have so Dave cropped the right and left side. So we have probably a, whatever width the video is has been cropped already, so we don't know how wide it is. But we do have, man, they just hate citing their sources. I mean, look at that. You can see it's curved up on the right and left. So, Alejandro Vallejo, well, we can fix that. So, I will add you as a moderator so you can put it in here. So, okay, so this we've got from No Donk. A short collection of it. So now we need to find the next layer deeper to find we really want to find the original source video. So can we find it? Okay. The Waterman said he emailed me. Okay, Waterman, here's the thing. If you didn't email me and you said you emailed me, I can check. I have the ability to check to see if it's been caught by spam. All right.
Introducing the Under.
Ooh, look at that.
Self-defense platform.
Hold on a second. Stop. I don't want that. Here we go. Don't want the ad to play here. Just a second. I'll move through it. There we go. Skip ad. I forgot about that on Rumble. Like they do 2 ads every time. Okay. There it is. Okay, so here is same thing, 2 minutes 48 seconds. All right, yeah, can you send an email in crayon? That's the question. Okay, can this let's see. We'll get the Rumble here. I'll send this. All right, saved there. So yeah, that's a better video for sure. But you can see it's higher res, but it's still been cropped. You can see that whatever is on the right and left side is now missing in this one. So do we have a source? We don't. The horizon always appears perfectly flat, but it doesn't. Even in this video, it's not perfectly flat. At eye level, regardless of altitude. All rockets, all photographs show a perfectly flat horizon, except this one doesn't. But that doesn't, we didn't get there. Okay, JP Gudgley. All right, so now if Waterman, all right. Oh, this is Spa Visit. Got it. So I've been emailing with Spa Visit. I said, who are you? Why should I trust you? I mean, how do I know who you are? Whether or not. So that's the problem. Like I get a lot of people that say they want to debate me. Right. And I'm glad. Right. I love doing that. The problem is that when for example, did it? Oh, I shuffled my feet on the floor. I heard a little spark in my earbud. My earbud's plugged into my microphone. Interesting. Anyway, I think it shorted out for a second. Anyway, so they say they want to debate me, and like, for example, somebody on Critical Think's video just earlier this week said that he wanted to debate me. I think it was yesterday morning. And I'm like, oh, okay. How about Thursday at 10 p.m.? Like, no, what's the address? Now he said, I'll debate you anywhere, but accuse me of being scared. I'm like, oh, no, I'll gladly do it. Thursday at 10 p.m. He's like, what's the address? I'll use Zoom. I'll send you an email, right? You send me an email and we'll set up. No, what's the address in person? We're going to debate in person. Oh, okay. I'll debate you in person. You said anywhere and accuse me of being scared. I choose the VFW in Richfield, Minnesota, not far from the Minneapolis-St. Paul International Airport. You can fly yourself in the day of. You can go to the debate. You can stay overnight, or you can fly out that night. Whatever you want. He said he wanted to do it in person, and he said anytime, anywhere, left it up to me. Okay, I'm happy to do that. And now he's going silent. So anyway, spa visit. I'm like, spa visit? I don't know who you are. I don't know if you're a Poe. If you're a Poe, then I'm not interested. But if you're real, then tell me. Give me some background so I know who you are. Are you a real person? Are you going to just come on and be an idiot? Of course, being a flat earther, we know he's going to be just an idiot. So, all right, spa visit. I will let you come on and make a fool of yourself. Give me a minute. I got a few things to get through. So, okay. We're getting somewhere. So we're going to try to get to the bottom of this here spa visit so you can come along for the ride. So we've got here, amateur balloon enthusiast deletes video showing a flat horizon and localized sunspot. So this is, so far, it looks like the least cropped version. And we can see already that it is not, this is the first frame of the video, it is not flat. It is not flat. This is from 7 years ago from a flatty named Christopher Padilla, somebody I've not seen before. So let me grab this. I'll save it over here in my notes. And is there a link to the source video? Of course there is not the link to the source video. Why not? Because they never want a link to the source video, but they said it was deleted. So anyway, here is definitely not the full video, because the full video, it doesn't show from ground level. But we're already on to, well, it's not a localized sunspot. The whole ground is lit up there. It's not looking good for flat Earth already, because it's clearly not flat. Okay. So it looks like it's out the window of the Felix high jump. Is that what that... You can see the upward curving on the left and right here. I mean, look at that. You can see it's curved up on the left and right sides. So, and as it varies in the frame, it changes the amount. Yeah. Obviously, the lens is what's doing a lot of the work here. So, good job, liars. You know, when we say gotta light a flare, you prove it every time. Use a ruler or pen against it. Well, let's get it when it's too low, like that. it's let's see here. There we go. There we go. Jeez, it's incredibly curved. So, all right, I will, while we do this, I've got it up in Photoshop. Remember, hey, water douche. We're good. I'll get you in here. I'm always happy to give you a thorough crushing, flatties. What is this? So we've got image size. I'm going to change the width to that, change the height to that. And we're going to see, Oh my goodness, look at that curve. It's embarrassing for you flatties to suggest that this is anything other than a very distorted lens. There you go. Yeah, and Dave, what a little scummy scumball. You don't. Yeah, I know you. Yeah, I'm not showing you what I'm doing. I'm in Photoshop. I don't have it queued up, so I'm saving it. I'm putting Photoshop, or putting the doing it myself. So just a second. There we go. And I'll bring it up on the screen here in a second. So there's this. All right. There you go. Okay, there it is. You can see there the horizon is curved up on the left and right sides. Right? So unless you're a concave earther, this, even that doesn't work, but this shows that the lens is distorting it. So good job, flatties. So yeah, so if this is the source from 7 years ago, then that might end the search for now. But if people have any further leads, this would be good, because he's claiming, what's he saying here? Amateur balloon enthusiast deletes video showing a flat horizon and localized sunspot. Zero extra context. What's the name? What's the name of the channel, of the person, of anything? We don't know. There's no information on it at all. But this is part of a. This is Karen B. It's Karen B. Oh my goodness, Karen B's playlist. This. Oh my gosh, Karen B. This is her playlist. Right there, see that? Dog cam. Jeez. Little piggy cam. Oh my gosh. And Dwayne Kellum. Dwayne Kellum shows a curved horizon, Karen. Because this is a Sony FE. This is a rectilinear lens. Look at that, it's curved. Karen. Oh my gosh. Karen. You're dumb. His name was Robert Paulson, says Greg Jude. Oh, are we getting on to let's see. Robert Paulson. Filters, channel. You know what's even worse is how the windows from the plane are bowing outwards, the left and right side of the window. Yeah. It's so obvious. You guys are just desperate. Well, this isn't doing much good here. So when you say his name is Robert Paulson, is that the guy that's the first one to publish it? Oh, the mic went dead again? What? I know what Fight Club is. Wow, I may be having some. It could be. It's super dry. All right. Whitsit is alive. Just saw him derping on X. Oh, he's not on YouTube anymore because. Oh my gosh. Everything that happens, flat earthers are so dumb. Everything that happens is fake. Everything. There's an earthquake, fake. Hurricane, fake. Fires, fake. Crash, fake. Everything's fake to them. Because these idiots can't just understand that for a second that somebody might make an accident, because they're so good at everything. So yeah, so there's Witsit. That was true. Oh, so that's not live though. That's just a post. So okay. Anyway, you can hear me. Audio's fine. Okay. All right. Well, if anybody has the, I can't ground myself. Everything is super staticky. Like, and I'm not going to right now go and hook anything up. Yeah, Max, nice. Okay. Here comes. I mean, we are going in all directions tonight. So I am prepping right now Zoom for spa visit. Let's get this ready for you, spa visit. So I'm hoping that spa visit won't be a complete Poe, but I'm not holding out hope. Anyway, it's coming. All right, there's that. Looking good there. Okay. Here we go. Spa visit. We got this. All right, here comes the email. It's funny. Calling me a coward. That's so funny. Okay, I got an email I see there from somebody at Roadrunner. Okay. All right, I'll have a look at that. Anyway, okay, Spa Runner. It's on you now. You can rub your shirt with the cap or two to charge yourself electrically. I don't want to be charged electrically. The flirts on Facebook really don't like me. No, they don't. So today I was accused by Simon Mavropoulos, who is one of the dumbest humans. I can't believe that he actually knows how to breathe. One of the dumbest humans on the planet. He thinks that he's better at math than me. And typically when a flatty levels that kind of an accusation, I'm like, okay, let's both deposit $5,000 in escrow and take some sort of a test that would appropriately measure that. And they always run like scared little chicken boys every single time. And today Simon Mavropoulos did that yet again. And he will then actually come back and double down on the claim. Like, if you thought it was true, just go get that money. But nope, can't be bothered. Can't be bothered. All right, now spa visit. Yes, water, whatever is spa visit. So I have sent the email to spa visit, and I do not see spa visit yet in Zoom. It could be a couple minutes. I use Zoom, and so. Touching the bare metal of your Mac Studios aluminum case should be enough of a ground. I don't want to use the computer as a ground. I'd rather use something else. But yeah, I could certainly get a ground going here. So yeah, what a dumb screen name. So yes, here's the subject of the email, coward. And then the body of the email, bring me up on your show. And by the email address, which I won't reveal, Yeah, see, I'm getting Poe vibes from that, and the fact that Spa Visit hasn't yet, or water, whatever. What is it? Anyway, Astrokate says, I used my computer as a ground once. That's how I realized my house wasn't wired properly. Okay, so this is the one copy of my video on the analysis. I show a curve, look at around a minute. From Flat Earth Video. Isn't flat is the name of the video. So let me, here, I'll prep this here. I'm not seeing Spa Visit in Zoom here. What's going on, Spa Visit? Okay, so here comes this. Or enhance the, notice the straight line. Oh my goodness, look at that. There's a curve. Flat Earth Dave proved the curve. This is the thing. Flat Earth Dave thinks that videos like this are proof. They qualify as proof. Therefore, this proves the curve. Flat Earth Dave, it's your own video. If anybody would like to go claim the 3 Bitcoin, then it's on you. Go right ahead. I love this. This is really good. It's better to ground through your chassis than through your audio card. It is, for sure. And there's a few layers here. I mean, I've got this that goes to my microphone. The microphone is USB connected to the computer through a hub. So yeah. Anyway, okay. If Spa Visit doesn't show up, then that's 2 this week. Oh, look at that. We have a curve. There you go. I saw Curve Horizon. Flat Earth is not reality. It's 200% wrong, and your video proves it. Anyway, thank you for that one. I'll drop the link. This guy has all of 8 subscribers, so I'm sure would appreciate just a little clicky click on the subscribe link. Give it a thumbs up. Give it a subscribe. There you go. Not a lot of videos on that channel. All of 2. But subscribe is free. Spa Visit. Water, whatever your name is. So, Waterman. I don't see. And no email saying, giving the excuse. This is what flat earthers do. Okay, right? This is what they do. They pretend that they want to debate, and then when it actually gets down to it, they don't. Just like the guy on Critical Think's video. So, what are you gonna do? Anyway, all right. I will go back to the previously arranged video for a while while we wait for Spa. Well, yeah, for Spa to decide to have a little bit of courage. Oh, yeah. So 703. There we go. Oh my goodness. It's muted. Ugh. I had it muted because I didn't want Spa Visit to just jump in. But anyway.
Yourself, but you can go do it yourself.
Well, what I'm saying, Dave, time out. Okay. We agree on a scientific method. Okay.
Yeah.
Look, you've done this with a lot of people. That's great. Okay. I want you to sort of just clean the slate. Okay. Yep. And just think in a very clean way. You're talking to an engineer.
Yep. Who
actually has to build stuff and who knows laws. Okay. Right. I do. All right. So let's take a clean sheet of paper. We agree on the scientific method. Okay.
Yep. So let me show you my scientific experiment right here. Actual measurements.
So first, your hypothesis is what in this?
The hypothesis is if the Earth is a globe at the size that they tell us, it has a curvature rate. We know what that rate is based on the Pythagorean theorem, and the best formula.
But let's just stop right there. Which are you talking about? So there is the center of this circle. There's a
radius.
There's mantle and there's a solid mass, and there's an atmosphere around that, right?
Yeah.
The mass that you're talking about has various elevations around it.
Sure.
As you traverse that.
Right. But if we go over water lies level, right? The water does not curve.
So here Dave can't separate the hypothesis from his religion, right? The conclusion is, if his hypothesis is confirmed, the conclusion is water is flat. But he's starting with water is flat. You see that? You see how he's got it backwards?
Right. On the ball, they tell us that at the equator, it's 24,901 miles in circumference. So that would be a curvature rate of about 8 inches per mile squared. That actually is in
the water also has surface tension.
Well, small bodies.
Now, here's the thing. Shiva has not experienced flat earthers, and so hasn't pondered through the different things that they go through, right? So he doesn't know exactly where Dave's going. I know exactly where Dave's going. I know every step of Dave's path here that he's going on, right? So he's relying on other people being unfamiliar with his tactics in order to fool them, right? Because Dave's dishonest.
Small, like a drop of water, has surface tension, but a large body of water, anything over a gallon of water, will lie flat at rest.
That's the conclusion, not the hypothesis,
right? And that's fact.
No. I don't. I have to think about this.
Yeah.
So yeah. So wait, stop. Time out. I have to. You have to think about that because you have gravitational forces.
Sure.
Okay, which affect bodies of water.
Oh, geocentric plane. I have physically measured the curve for curvature. I have. Yeah, a lot of people have. So.
Right. So if the Earth, let me help you with that. They tell us the Earth is 70% water. So that water can't be flat. It would have to curve around the Earth. It would have to curve if the Earth is a ball.
What I'm saying is that I have to do some thinking about this because when you look at a object it's a deformable liquid. Okay.
Yeah, but water, calm water at rest lies flat.
There's the conclusion again. He's putting it as the hypothesis.
And it would have to conform to the curve of the Earth. Otherwise, it will be a sheet that shoots off into space.
No, but what I'm saying is the nature of that curvature, okay, or that deformation, because it is a elastic fluid, will vary. You agree?
No, I disagree. Because large bodies of water at rest lie flat.
He just keeps going back to the religious mantra there. So, all right, well, geocentric plane. My email address is mctoon@mctoon.net. I've got a Zoom call ready to go. All you need to do is email me and you can come on and I will happily show you step by step how I measured the curve of the Earth. If you're too scared, I understand. It's daunting to face somebody that knows what they're talking about when you know that you are completely scientifically ignorant of everything. So, it's not a surprise if you're too scared to come on. We get it. Okay.
Right. So if we had a lake a mile long from one, if you're standing at one end,
David, you have different forces on objects, right?
Well, you're just talking about the alleged force of gravity. But when water is at rest, it lies flat. That's how engineers measure the level is with water.
You're assuming there's no other forces at all.
Well, when you're looking at a lake or a reservoir or something where the water is calm, it's lying flat.
In this model.
What is he, like 6 times he's asserted water is flat? You see how he does that? This is how flat earthers get new flat earthers. They indoctrinate. This is the process of indoctrination. You look at how cults train people. This is it right here in action. You're watching it in action. He's repeating the same thing over and over and over again.
In your hypothesis, it's more than just a hypothesis. You're excluding gravity. You're excluding any other forces.
I certainly am. Let me ask you a question. If something is moving at a constant speed, forget whether the speed is changing.
So he's shifting the topic again. Dave has realized that this topic won't go anywhere with Shiva, so he's running from it to get to another one to try a different topic that he can't address.
Maybe not, but it's turning. It's not going on a linear path. That curve, that turn, is equal to acceleration. Do you agree with that?
What I'm saying is that you have to lay out the problem very clearly.
See, he's like, I'm not going on to the next topic. Love this guy.
You're being very...
I'm trying to lay it out, but you haven't allowed me to show you yet.
No, but I'm trying to say, Dave, you have to lay it out very clearly, because all the stuff out there, I'm willing to look at it in a very...
You see, he started with what? What was Dave on at first? He was talking about the balloon. And Shiva wasn't having anything to do with it. So he went on to the 8 Mile Lake. And he wasn't having anything to do with it. So now he's got the solar system up here. He's talking about the orbit. And you can't feel the orbit. See that?
Very clean way.
Sure.
But I don't really care for all the shit out there. What I'm trying to say is let's define the problem in a very precise way.
Okay.
And the problem definition is very hard to do.
Yeah.
So the problem definition needs to be done very accurately. You have to lay it out saying, these are my assumptions, or these are my initial variables.
Yeah.
And based on these initial variables, I'm making this hypothesis. So what are your initial variables? There is no gravity. That's one of the things you're just bringing up now.
Well, that doesn't have anything to do with this, but we can get into what gravity is if you want.
David.
So Dave's going to try to talk about gravity to a guy that knows what he's talking about. Precious.
Yeah, forget gravity, forget round Earth, flat Earth. I'm just saying, when you start with the scientific method, you come with a hypothesis. Then you go down to the methodology that you're going to use to validate your hypothesis, what you call the experiment. Then you're going to say what data I'm going to collect. So if we were to take a fresh, clean sheet of paper, we'd write down, what is a hypothesis?
Hypothesis is that the Earth is flat.
But it's more than that, because you're saying that the Earth, because then you're going to propose an experiment. Your experiment is based on not just being the Earth is geometrically flat. You're basing that on some other additional hypotheses.
Well, I'm basing it on the fact that the globalists, the science, today's science that they teach us from the Rockefeller-funded textbooks, tell us that the Earth curves at 8 inches per mile square.
So the Rockefeller-funded textbooks, Rockefeller. Where did you get that from? It's just something that you heard from somebody and repeated. If it's wrong, it's wrong. If it's right, it's right. It doesn't matter if it was Rockefeller or anybody else. I don't care who funded it. I care whether it's right or wrong. But you see, he's trying to poison the well, right? Because he knows that conspiracy nutters have all exchanged amongst themselves the ideas about Rockefeller, and they all agree amongst themselves that they're all smarter than that, and that everything is right. All these things are bad and wrong and definite. Right? But are they? You have to. Every individual topic is, and every individual thing within that topic is independently right or wrong. And just because it came from a source that you don't trust doesn't make it wrong. It makes it, at worst, untrustworthy. That's all you know. Don't trust it. If it comes from a trusted source, it's still untrustworthy. You need to validate things. Just because the source is good doesn't mean it's right. Yeah, he is Davis fumbling around. I can't believe he posted this.
That's what they tell us, because we live on a ball 24,901 miles around. But the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, 1,040 to be exact, right? At the equator. Slower in other areas because it's making a smaller circle as you get closer to the alleged poles, right? And then it's orbiting at 66,600 miles an hour, speeding up and slowing down, average speed 66,600. All of these are curved trajectories. We're also chasing the sun at close to 500,000 miles per hour. So you got this lumpy rock surrounded by water, surrounded by high pressure air, adjacent to a void of no pressure called space, and it's making 4 different motions at once. And none of it is ever felt anywhere. No.
None of it is ever felt anywhere? Oh, no, Dave. What do we feel? We feel acceleration, but we don't feel acceleration that's opposite at the same time, right? That's neutralized. When you sum different accelerations and they're opposite each other, you don't feel that. They cancel. But how much acceleration is there, Dave? You don't even know. Is it significant? Or is it insignificant? I got another email from Brian McCaffrey. McCaffrey.brian@gmail.com. Bryan. So This is, yeah. I don't know if this is Spa Visit or if this is one of the other guys. I don't know. I'll just post this up here for everybody to see. Here's the thing, right? And I don't know if you're joking or not. The thing is, when dealing with flat earthers, if you're joking, you need to really identify it as a joke. Right? So there you go. I don't know if this is a joke or not, but if it is your attempt at a joke, I'm not finding any humor in it. Okay, Brian McCaffrey. Yeah, the JK lol. Not enough. I don't know. Don't care. I don't find humor in that. So, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, geocentric plane. I don't know if that's you. If geocentric plane, are you Brian McCaffrey? If you find that as humor, then you're not coming on. If you think that's humor, right? From the position where you and I, no, that's not. Anyway, but if that's not you, geocentric plane, then where's your email? mctuna@mctuna.net. You can come on. You can show where you physically measured using a tangible chord the shape of the Earth. Now, if you don't have that, then and you are saying that I need to do that, there's a name for what that is. The name for what that is hypocrisy. Let me make this clear. If anybody has a specific requirement to be accepted as evidence, and they did not use that requirement for the evidence that they accepted, then they're a liar. Right? Like, I won't take anything unless you do this from you. But I accepted for me not using that same methodology. You see the problem there? There's a big issue there. It's being dishonest. It makes you a liar. It's hypocrisy, having dual standards of evidence. It is so common that it is the third law of FLIRF. Inconsistent standards of evidence. So there you go. Anyway, geocentric plane. I'm not finding your particular humor very funny. If you are trying to be funny, let's see here. Okay. Brian McCaffrey says, apologies, stupid joke, fan of your channel, my mistake. Okay. Well, your email went out there. It was a bad mistake. So anyway, I don't know, Brian, are you geocentric plane and poeing? Are you Spa Visit / whatever? I don't know. When I'm checking my emails for flirfs, that's not the time to send a joke, Brian. Okay.
No one ever can measure it. No one can ever see it or anything. But when you go out into nature, you see stuff like this, right? You see.
Yeah, I don't care about all this. I'm just saying, let's just take a clean sheet of paper.
I love this guy. I don't care about all this. Let's put together, right? Dave's just trying to blow through his indoctrination script, and Shiva's like, to hell with that. Let's get down to real stuff here.
None of this is. I like math,
right,
and experiments.
So I have one for you if you allow me to show it to you.
All I know, David, is that it is very difficult in science or engineering to make something, build something, validate something.
Sure.
And it takes great amount of effort to someone to have made this. Okay. I have great value for people who make things these days. Okay.
Sure.
So we have to honor that. So all of these statements that people just make, whether you make it or others, I do actual experiments, even go against the scientific establishment. Okay.
I get it.
At the end of the day, I win because I get data. It matches the hypothesis I made, and I've data to validate it. Okay.
So if you allow me to show you my data, that will validate my hypothesis, and you can tell me where I'm wrong.
But I want to get the hypothesis clear. The hypothesis you're saying is if you take 2 points on the Earth, any 2 points, anywhere, that you're saying that it is not going to match the curvature of X,
Correct.
X, so let's just get very clear, okay?
Correct.
But the hypothesis you're saying is that, I would be more precise if this is what you're saying. If you take 2 points, the distance between those points, if it's an arc, right? The circumference of the Earth is, let's say, 2 pi r, whatever the radius of the Earth is. The arc of that particular point, right, or the arc length.
Kuiper says I need to bring this guy and talk to him. So this guy is Dr. Shiva. He has a pretty significant platform. I'm actually kind of impressed that Dave was able to get through. I've already sent him a message through his contact page on his website. So he gets into something very specific later on, and I volunteered to participate in it. There's actually a date that he proposed to Dave in June. It's pretty good. And Dave absolutely will run away like a scared coward. It is no doubt. Anyway, so all right, geocentric plane, it doesn't have to be a string or cable. Could be anything. The point is, none of you have this measurement. This measurement would be irrefutable proof for either. Well, I have it. It's not a physical cord, a physical piece of material, just like you don't have one, right? But I certainly do have the evidence. And it is irrefutable. There is no refutation for it. No flat earther has ever attempted to refute it. They run away from it. They lie about it. They make excuses. That's all they ever do. But they don't actually address it head on. Right? And if you want, I will embarrass you live right here. Email me, mctoon@mctoon.net. I will present to you the irrefutable proof, as you say. So, well, I suspect you're scared. I don't blame you. You should be.
If it's, in fact, following a radius, is going to have a certain distance at any point based on that curvature, right?
Sure.
Now, this all depends on the, you have to measure this very carefully, and you have to also look at there's local changes within any 2 points, right? Because
that's why we do it. That's why we do it over water or the Great Salt Flats in Bolivia. We measure there.
All right. Well, here we go. Waterman, you have received the Zoom link. You called me a coward. You got the Zoom link. You didn't come in. I've been emailing with. In fact, you know what? Here's what I'm going to do. So don't anybody time him out yet. So. Here we go. We've got a couple. We've got a little bit of history here with Spa Visit. So there we go. So there we go. And based on the most recent comment there, this is what I'm doing now. So I'm no fan of cowards. I'm even less of a fan of people that accuse me of being a coward when they're the coward. So Spa Visit tried to talk trash about me. And right here, we've got Spa Visit, which is Mistress Geekin at gmail.com. I will, I'll paste that email address in the chat here. Let's grab that copy address. There we go. Anybody wants to send Mistress Geekin at gmail.com with your thoughts on whether or not on this interaction here. But here's the couple days ago, February 2nd, debate me. You are a liar. Set it up, Melvin. So now calling me Melvin's tells me that he or she, thinking it's a she because it's mistress. Don't know. Could be LARPing as a she. It has watched Modern Day Debate because that's what James calls me as a joke. Anyway, I'm always happy to crush a flat earther, but I know nothing about you. Have you been in debates before? Do you have a YouTube channel? Facebook, Discord, X? Got a response? I have a Discord, yes. Send invite link to your Discord server. I want to prove you Earth isn't a globe. Let's set it up. Stop delaying. And I sent a link to my Discord server, but I need to know you aren't a Poe. And then, of course, this is tonight. Bring me up. Coward, right? Right. Anyway, so Mistress Geekin has had an opportunity now for several minutes. At 10:26 p.m. I sent the link. It is now currently 10:56 p.m. So there you go. So anyway, fair game, banned from channel. That's what you get. mistressgeekin@gmail.com. Everybody, make sure you send he and or she. It could be he LARPing as a female with the name Mistress. I don't know. So go ahead, ban from the channel. Who gets it? Who's first? Right there it goes. Who's going to be the first to ban from the channel? I don't see it yet. Man, people, you're slow today. I mean, if 33 were here, you guys would be all over. Here we go. Nowhere? Do I need to do it? Right there, Waterman. There we go. Winner is Mark W. Well done, Mark W. Anyway, okay. So there you go. Now we know for sure that mistressgeekin@gmail.com is Spa Visit, is Waterman, and Waterman is the Coward. There you go. You might also find Waterman on my Discord server. Now be sure to put flag with the naughty roll if you find he or she on my server. There you go. Anyway, Geocentric Plane, now it's time for you to suck it up. Geocentric Plane, you have my email address. mctoon@mctoon.net is my email address. We've got... All right. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Okay. So all right. Zoom link being sent to Geocentric Plane. So Geocentric Plane gets as of 10:57 p.m. received a Zoom link. So we'll see how that goes. We'll see if they are able to back it up. So there we go. All right. In the meantime, we can enjoy this little bit here, watching Shiva slap around Flat Earth Dave.
And those places are level.
But you're saying there's 2 points, and then your experiment is going to say that we're going to go measure between these 2 points.
Correct.
And you're going to choose a location. Okay.
Yep.
What you're saying is, what is the location you're choosing here?
So this is a reservoir, and it's frozen, and then we have a camera 6 inches off the ice. So it's at night, so it's hard to see. But we put these lights out here. Okay, 4 lights, right? 8 miles, 7 miles, 6 miles, and 5 miles. Now, it doesn't sound like a lot, but according to the globe math, what they tell us, right? This one should be more than 30 feet below the curve, behind the curve, right? This one, 22 feet.
Let's just do the math ourselves. What is the... If we just look at that, what is the curvature? I mean, I can get out a calculator.
The curvature is you can go to curvature calculator.
Let's just do the math ourselves.
Yeah. So it's 8 times 8.
Hold on. So I'm going to bring up a spreadsheet here. Okay.
Yep.
So what is a curvature from point A to point B?
The curvature that it's supposed to be is 8 inches per mile squared. So you got 8 times 8.
8 inches. 8 inches is the curvature per mile squared. 8
inches per mile squared. Because if it was 8 inches per mile, that would just be a ramp, right? It's exponentially curving faster and faster, right? This formula is a parabola.
It's not exponential.
After like 2,000 miles. Nobody can see 2,000 miles. So we're just doing this. It works. It actually gives the...
No, you're saying if this point is 0, the parabola is going like this.
Correct. And after about 2,000 miles, it's not valid anymore. But so up to 2,000 miles, it's within a couple of feet.
Right, but if you just take a simple parabola, okay, just basic like algebra, let's say here's flat and here's the y-axis down this way. So if this is 0, 0, you're saying it's going to go like this, right?
Yep.
Okay, so what is the equation of that curve? Y equals what minus what x squared?
It's a Pythagorean theorem, right? It's 8 inches.
Well, it's not Pythagorean. It has to be. It has
Well, you
to
can
be,
measure. You can measure the radius, right?
Yeah, but what is the equation? Y equals minus what is k x squared? That's what I'm asking.
You know what? The way I look at it is that we just use the Pythagorean theorem, and it works out.
It's not the Pythagorean theorem. It's a parabola. If you're saying it's a curvature, right?
Yeah.
If this is 0, right, it's going to curve like this. So what is the equation? Y. I'm just asking what's the equation? Y equals minus something x squared. What is that?
Let me show you the easy way.
So Shiva here understands the math, right? This is middle school, early high school math. And Dave doesn't understand it at all. All he knows is how to parrot it. It's way beyond Dave's understanding. And Dave's like, oh crap, what do I do? He doesn't know how to address this because the guy's trying to derive it. And Dave doesn't even know what the word derive means. He thinks it means to sit down in a car.
I'm gonna do it, right? Where is it? Okay, so.
But that's one of the easiest ways. So just y equals just simple algebra.
So we have a squared plus b squared equals c squared.
Ooh, what do we have, people? We have somebody's iPhone waiting in the wings here. All right. Join up, iPhone. Where'd you go? There you go. All right.
What's up, Globy Pop-Tart? How you doing today?
Globy Pop-Tart. All right, let's get your camera going.
You are very pastry-like. Look at you. You're such a pastry.
All right, get your camera going. All right, well, that was quick. All right. Well, he didn't want to put his camera on. There's the camera. So, all right. Anyway, let's go back to Shiva here. While he maybe figures out how to get his camera going. Oh, hold on. Let's see. I got the audio routed differently. Yeah, I know your camera's on, but there's no light, so you need to turn on the light. I don't know. Flat earthers are not very bright, and neither is the room that he's in. Turn on the light. Turn on the light. I'm not afraid to debate you. I'm waiting for you to turn on the light. I'm not going to debate.
Why are you acting so feminine? Why are you sitting there delaying? Respond to this. Why do we see too far, Globy Pop-Tart?
We don't see too far.
What are you talking about? All observations falsify the globe radius. Is something wrong with your brain?
No, they don't. So
you are unaware of the fact that we see too far? What's wrong with you?
We don't see too far. So
yeah, you claim that there's a type of refraction that.
Definite Poe. All right, I'll do a quick survey here. See what you guys think of the little sample so far. I'll get back to him in a second. All right. Oh, yes or no. There you go. All right. So let's get back to, let's see here. All right.
Can you turn down the brightness of your skin? It's blinding me.
Wow. Do you have any evidence?
Can you lower the brightness of your room and your skin, please? It's very bright.
Okay. 83.
Pop-Tart, why do we see too far?
We don't see too far. We see just the right amount for the globe. And the fact that there is ever bottom up,
you're lying.
The fact that there ever is bottom up obstruction is evidence that the Earth is not flat, because there's no way that there is bottom up obstruction for flat Earth. So any obstruction
so one day there's bottom up obstruction and the next day there's not. Have you ever seen the black swan?
Oh dear.
One day there's bottom up obstruction and then the next day there is not. What's wrong with you, Globetard? Do you not know this already?
Of course I do. That this is normal globe prediction. This is
come on, Furry, pull up the picture, Melvin. Furry, pull up the picture, Furry.
So we're all right. There we go. Yeah, definitely Poe. All right. Well, thanks a lot, Poe. I don't find that kind of poing funny. So anyway, bye. You can go. And that is why when they're like, when I just get an email from a random person, I say, well, I need to know who you are a little bit, because that wasn't even funny poing. So anyway, there we go. It's not funny.
The radius of the Earth is this is the radius, and we went out X distance. This would be the drop right here. So they tell us the radius is 3963, another made up number, right? But that's the official story. So this is not the scale, of course. So we got our radius. If we went 100 miles out, we can square the numbers and figure out what the drop would be, right? So the hypotenuse would be...
I got to understand it simply. You just said it's something x squared, and you said it's a parabola.
3963
squared
times 100 squared,
right,
equals the hypotenuse of 15,715,000 feet.
But then you have to take the square root of that.
Correct.
To come to which point you're out in outer space then.
So we're up in the air, right? But
now 15 million, 15.7 million, 3.9 million.
If you subtract the radius from that.
You subtract the radius from that. Subtract the radius from what? What were we subtracting the radius from?
Squared times 100 squared.
Right.
Equals the hypotenuse of 15,715,000 feet.
But then you have to take the square root of that.
Correct.
To come to which point you're out in outer space then.
So we're up in the air, right? But if you subtract the radius from that, it comes out to 1.2615 miles, which is the drop. 1.2, which is 6,660 feet. At 100 miles, there would be over a mile of drop if the Earth was curved, right?
Let me look. So you have go back. Let's go back. Okay, so hold on. You're saying the radius is 3,963 miles. You go 100 miles, and at that point, if the Earth was flat, right?
If the Earth was curved, we'd have the difference of the radius.
Yeah, but
from
before
here
you go,
to here.
but that's a flat Earth model.
No, that's the globe model. I'm calculating the drop on a globe.
No. If you were at that point and you were flat, and you came out, you want to try to find out if you were going from the. I'm saying that is if the Earth is flat, right?
No, this is if the Earth was a globe. If I went out straight and on a straight line from the tangent of my feet, and I didn't follow the curve.
From the tangent of my feet.
After 100 miles, I would be 1.2615 miles high, which is 6,600 feet.
So people are wondering, what's a Poe? So a Poe is in pseudoscience conversations, a Poe is a person that's intentionally trying to say the most ridiculous things possible, while impersonating somebody of the other side. The problem is that pseudoscientists say such ridiculous things that it's difficult to tell the difference between somebody trying to say the most ridiculous things possible and somebody that's actually serious. So, for example, somebody might mock flat earthers by saying, haha, look at the moon. It's half moon, and look at the sun. They're both in the sky at the same time. How can the shadow of the earth be causing that on the moon? You could say that to mock how incredibly stupid flat earthers are. But flat earthers actually say that. And so how can you tell the difference between the person intentionally saying something as stupid as possible to mock flat earthers and a flat earther that actually says that? They say the same thing. You can't tell the difference. That's a Poe. So when we say somebody is a Poe, we're saying they are acting. It seems they are trying to say the most ridiculous thing possible, intentionally to make them sound bad. And I don't find it funny or entertaining when people when it's turned it into a verb, right? When they do that, because it doesn't come out funny. I'm happy to debate a real flat earther. I'm happy to entertain the sarcastic ones that do it for comedy, where you know it's for comedy, right? Where it's funny somehow. So, but the ones where people like, I'm gonna pretend to get on the no. If you want to talk to me, just, hey, send me a message and say, I'd like to come on your show to talk to you. You know, I do a call-in show on occasion. I'll be happy to do that. But that's not what this is, right? Don't try to do that. I'm talking to you, industrial nerd. Will you do the math to see what's derp would actually be at 100 miles? It's fine. As far as I know, this is correct. That's not the issue here. The issue here is pretending that refraction doesn't happen and pretending that lasers don't output in a cone at 6 miles out. That's the problem. So,
right? That's how much curve there is. At 10 miles, there's 66 feet of curvature.
If you just flew a plane straight.
If I flew a plane straight and didn't follow the curve, right? It didn't follow the curve.
Yeah, so let's just say you just draw, you should be at, so you should be, so 3964, is that 0.26 minus 3963? Yeah, you should be from that point. Again, you have to be careful where you're measuring that point.
I'm measuring from here straight down towards the center of the Earth.
Well, no. I'm saying that distance is from the surface to the point that you're at, the 1.2615 miles.
See here?
Yeah.
Right, because I went out straight. I didn't follow the curve, so now I'm up in the air. If an airplane didn't curve, it would fly out into space.
Right, but what I'm saying is you have to be very careful on the measurements. When you write your research methodology out, you have to write this very precisely, because in science, an experiment can be reproduced by anyone. You publish this, someone else should be able to go reproduce it.
Everyone can. It's been done 1,000 times. We have thousands of
yeah, Minecraft player, I'm aware of that. Yeah, and so I think that's why Dave wanted to talk to him. Dave sees him as a mark. And that's I think one of Dave's litmus tests for his marks. But I'm not going to mention it. It's not the thing here.
Well, I don't care about any of that. I want to do this from scratch, okay? Because I like going and improving stuff. Just go back. Go back. What I'm saying is, Dave, if you go back to the previous diagram.
I'm going. Go ahead.
Right. So if let's say you want to use.
Okay. So people are wondering about this. So the math was correct as far as I know. So that line that goes from the center of the Earth out to the point, the hypotenuse, which is a linear amount. The hypotenuse in this example, you can see it goes from the center of the Earth out to that point in space. And there is the radius of the Earth there where that curve intersects the hypotenuse line. So we know that amount. That's the radius of the Earth. So you take the hypotenuse and you subtract the radius of the Earth. And you do get, I think 1.2 miles is what he's getting here, right? At 100 miles away. And so that is where your eyeball is half submerged in the water or very, very close to the water. And no refraction is happening. So in reality, that doesn't happen, but it's a fine first step when you're working into the problem. You start with the base case, and then you add in things that affect it and can vary in significant amounts. And it depends then how precise you need to be. If you're talking about physical things, not optical things, then you don't need to take into account things that affect the optical line of sight. But if you're talking about optical things, you have to take that into account if they're large enough to affect your desired margin of error. In this case, it is 100% necessary to take into account because it's within the margin of error.
A lake or flat plane somewhere, okay? So if I start a plane straight and I just...
But the Earth is not a perfect circle. You're right. But for the margin of error you're talking about in this type of measurement, the ellipticalness of the Earth is a marginal issue. It's from the pole to the equator. It's a very small percentage. So unless you're talking about needing a measurement to 5 or 6 precision of significant figures, that won't be where you need to take into account things. What you need to take into account is the known effects of refraction in the air. And over 69 miles, all you need to do is curve that ray of light by 1 degree. 69 miles, 1 degree of curve is all you need to do to curve that light to see as far as necessary, as long as the source is bright enough. So over 7 miles, you only need to curve that ray of light by 1/10 of a degree in order to see the light. So the question then is, are those conditions possible to curve light by 1/10 of a degree over that 7 miles? The answer is yes, 100%. That is absolutely possible. That is not a difficult amount of curve to have over 7 miles at all. Now, Dave says no, but Dave is ignorant of how things work, and Dave doesn't want to take that into account because it contradicts his pre-selected conclusion.
Just go straight, okay? And I just fly that plane straight, right? I don't even take off. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, the Earth should drop out from underneath you if it's curved.
Right. So if I just go straight, okay, and taking into account, if I just go straight, meaning straight into that 100 mile on a flat surface, and I go 100 miles straight, I should be, if the Earth is round, according to that, after 100 miles going straight, I should be 1.265 miles from the surface. That's what we're saying here.
That's what we're saying, yes. Now, do you know how planes stay level? They have a gyroscope on a 3-axis gimbal that spins up and holds rigidity in space. So as the plane turns, goes up and down, the gyroscope always stays level.
So he actually thinks, it sounds to me like he actually thinks that the gyroscope is how the plane stays level. That's what I got from that. He didn't clarify. He didn't give me enough to confirm it, but I think that's where he was going with that.
It always stays level. It holds rigidity in space based on their initial airport. If you flew halfway over the globe, the gyroscope would be vertical. It's not going to curve with you.
No, forget all of them. Let's just keep it simple, stupid principle, okay?
Right. So you notice that? Dave is going topic to topic to topic. Right? And he can't stay on topic. And so here he went from that drop. Now he's talking about gyroscopes on planes. Right? He can't stay. It's extreme short attention span is what it is.
Okay. You get a flat surface of 100 miles, according to this hypothesis you're proposing. And if I were to just fly something straight,
yep.
If the Earth is round,
you'd end up in space. You'd be 80,000 feet in the air in 1 hour.
Well, I should be 1.2615, which is 5,000.
Oh, for just 100 miles, sure. Sorry.
Yeah. So let's just get that number right, which is 1.2615, 1.2615, 1.2615 times 5280, which is the number of feet in a mile. So you should be at, that's interesting, 666.
Yeah, that's another thing. Dude.
Okay, anyway, so in this model, you should be at 6,660 feet above the ground, okay? That's what we're saying.
Can I just show you a little side note? 6 times 6 times.
Oh, look at that. A little side note. Well, but Dave, I've got a little side note for you too. So they think that they search for their favorite number everywhere they go, and the fact that they find their favorite number sort of kind of not really means something to them. Well, if it does, then if I find your favorite number in your model, shouldn't that mean something to you as well? For example, on the flat Earth, it's 66.6 degrees from the North Pole to the Tropic of Cancer. Oh no, Dave! And the sun moves at 1,666 miles per hour as it circles the North Pole. Coincidence? I think not. You see, you can search for your favorite number wherever you want, Dave. It doesn't mean anything. It just means that you derived that number out of things. It's not a meaningful thing.
Times 600 is the circumference of the Earth. It curves at 0.666 inches per mile, 66.6 thousand miles per hour around the sun. 6 times 6 times 60 is it just, and there's hundreds more of these. Okay, it's kind of weird.
I don't care about all that.
Go ahead.
I care about actually doing an independent experiment. Go back.
Got it. Yeah.
So go back.
Absolutely. Don't care about any of that. That's not evidence, Dave.
I'm going.
So, just to be clear, if you apply that, and I file, now I have to be able to fly that plane in a flat thing. That's very important. Okay.
Yes.
All right. That's an interesting thing with gravity. Okay.
Can I show you an example of a pilot that did a?
No, I don't want to go there yet. I just want to get.
See, Dave, he just can't. He's like, I got a script. I got my script.
I just want to intellectually understand this in my own. I don't want to see any other data. I'm looking at it. Clean sheet of paper.
Okay.
You and I are putting together an experiment. The hypothesis is if I file 100 miles, are you all set? Okay. If you just file something very flat on a flat surface and you're proposing after 100 miles of flight, and we should figure out how fast you should fly, right? We should write all this down. Okay.
Yeah, we've done it.
Yeah. But it should be a very simple experiment that anyone can execute and it can be reproduced. Reproducibility, reproducible predictions, Dave, is a definition of evidence in science.
We've done it. We have pilots that all.
Done it, but I'm saying, wait, stop. Because, I come from this institution on the street. If we were to lay out an experiment, I would say, let's go do this at this location, do this, this, and this, and this, like a formula. And any MIT nerd, any physicist should be able to do that experiment independent of you or I, and they should get the same result. So according to this, they should get a result of 6,660 feet.
Correct.
They should be above this flat area. Agreed?
Correct.
Okay, so let's just stop right there. Okay? Where is a place, we don't even need to go 6,660 feet. You can go much shorter than that, Where is a place that you propose that this experiment should be done?
What, flying an airplane straight and level? They do it every day. Every single flight flies straight and level. You look at all the flight data.
He's gone back to the conclusion again. Everything about Dave is to go to the conclusion. This is how you indoctrinate people in a cult. You constantly drill into them the mantras, the doctrine, the core beliefs constantly get drilled in. That's how you get people in a cult.
No, not they. I'm saying you and I, and we get
a private jet. People. Every single flight flies straight and level.
That's the claim. The test hasn't been done yet.
Airplanes fly over the Earth plane. They do not nose. Their nose up 2-3 degrees the whole time. So as you're flying over the.
So that would mean they don't fly straight and level. That means they climb all the time, doesn't it? That would then demand that the Earth is concave, Dave. Or you don't understand flight dynamics.
This ball, how are you going around the ball with the nose always up?
Right, but David, I don't care about all that. I'm just talking about an experiment that can be reproducible, that any idiot can do.
Right, I got it. This is one that any idiot can do. Let me just finish this, okay? Yep. So I rounded down because they always, refraction, things refract up.
Yeah, but where are you choosing the location? I want to write down this research.
This is just a frozen lake.
So, do you notice the tactic here? He says he brought up refraction. He won't be doing any of the refraction application, right? This is how he primes for the indoctrination into the cult, right? He says refraction so that his audience doesn't think that he left it off. They can think, oh, he already covered it. But he didn't cover it. He just said it. All he did was say it. He didn't address it. Right now, Shiva, he's not going for it. He's already gonna say, no, you're trying to steamroll this.
We've done it over Lake Balaton.
Where?
This one, I don't know exactly where this one is. I forget, but we have a whole bunch of ones we did. We did a laser, 26-mile laser test over Lake Balaton, and it showed no curvature. And the curvature of 26 miles is far more than this, right? But these are rounded down, giving the globe every benefit of the doubt. So what does this mean? So if we look, if the Earth is flat, it means the camera's here, and it can see all of these lights, and they all line up. If the Earth is a globe, at 6 inches, the horizon should be about a mile away. So then you have the tangent of the Earth. And all of these are refracting up the perfect amount to appear to be at this tangent.
Not a problem at all. Not one bit of problem. And it's not the perfect amount. You notice how he said the perfect amount? Again, this is another cult tactic. That's not the perfect amount. He wants the people to think. He's letting people think that lasers are pencil thin. Okay? Not a cone. And so he wants people to think that the laser, right? He wants people to think that the laser is like this 6 miles out, and that the camera is here, and that they met, right? And he wants people to think that the laser couldn't do this. If it did this, you wouldn't see it. And if it did this, you wouldn't see it, right? He doesn't want the audience to know that it fans out, that anywhere in this area, you'll see the same thing. You'll see the horizon, you'll see the laser on the horizon, anywhere in this whole range, right? From very low because of refraction, and rather high because it's a cone. Dave doesn't want his audience to know that. And he's using cult tactics to indoctrinate them into thinking that it's just a pencil thin.
That's what you have to believe if you believe the Earth is curved. That they're refracting up and they're tricking you. They don't refract higher. They refract up to the exact level of the tangent of this viewer. That's what you have to believe. That's crazy. The reason you can't figure it out is not because you're stupid. It's because it's stupid, right? The globe is the dumbest thing ever.
You notice that? That's what Dave says to people that are stupid, right? He says that he said that to Jim Brewer. Jim Brewer's like, oh, I'm not smart. Yeah, that's a tactic. His marks are unintelligent people. People that have had problems in school, that did not get along well in school, that failed topics, that are baffled by middle school math and science, right? They can't handle geometry. That's his mark. That's his typical mark. Shiva's not this mark. Shiva can do math. So Dave is way off track here, trying to talk to Shiva, saying, "Oh, you're not stupid. It's stupid." Shiva's not stupid, right? And yes, he has unconventional position. I'm not talking about those. I'm just talking about the geometry and the basic. This is basic stuff here, right? And he's like, he's not fooled by it.
Once you understand what you've been believing your whole life and have never questioned.
Yeah, what I'm saying, Dave, is there needs to be an actual specific location, an actual set of steps that everyone agrees to in a scientific methodology. You're saying, if you go back, you say, we are going to move an object 100 miles in this direction, and after it moves the object 100 miles in this direction, we're saying that its distance from the surface of the Earth needs to be 6,660 feet.
Which it won't be. But they never. No, but here's the problem. They won't be, and they claim that gravity is pulling you around the curved air of the Earth. Okay? That's not the case at all. An example would be this. Right? The faster you go, the faster things curve. So here's the new SR-72 Blackbird. Right? This thing goes 4,000 miles per hour. 4,000 miles per hour. Right?
Shiva's not scared by big numbers, Dave.
So if it flies out and it's 6,000 miles out to here, right? 4,000 miles per hour, the drop would be 4,000 miles, right? So that means it's dropping at 1 mile per second. That's at the speed that it flies over the course of an hour, it has to drop at 1 mile per second, which is faster than
it doesn't have to drop. And that's the same nonsense. Maintaining equal elevation is not drop.
Free fall. What would happen to anyone on this plane if it's curving faster than free fall?
There is a SR-72.
That's not true. You have to do the inertial, or you have to calculate the inertial system on that plane. That's not true because that's
1 hour. It drops 4,000 miles.
Relative. No, that's in its own relative. No, that's in its own relativistic frame. Okay.
Right. Sure.
So you can't go there because you're gonna screw yourself.
So watch Dave pivot. Dave has no damn clue.
I'm just saying you need to make this.
Look at Dave's face. He's searching for the next slide already. He's like, oh crap. Next slide.
Experiment if you want to do this so simple that anyone can do it. Any school kid can do it, and they all should get the same data. So,
see that? There it came. He pulled it up, or he was searching for it.
So that would be my recommendation.
Well, how is a school kid going to do this?
I don't have a skin in the game. I don't have any skin in the game.
Well, but here's the thing. The thing is, there's so much evidence that the Earth is not curved. There's so much evidence that you can't have high pressure next to no pressure without a container, right? When pilots are coming into an airport, they say, okay, we're about 125 miles out. They figure out how much they have to drop per minute to get to the airport, right?
Yeah, Dave, I've heard all this. What I'm saying is, what I'm saying is I've heard all of this stuff. My point is that still missing among this community is a proposed experiment that everyone agrees to.
I have
write
one.
it up like a scientific paper. No, go back to the one you just said. That's
which one?
The one you just said. You fly for 100 miles, and then after that, you check the distance. It should be 6,660 feet.
But what happens when it's not?
Well, if the experiment works, that means you're wrong.
So no. If you fly 100 miles and you're not 6,600 feet, does that mean the Earth is flat?
If you're proposing,
oh yeah, there isn't a set SR-72 Blackbird. It's a different name, but if there is an SR-72,
saying that. You make a hypothesis. Let's follow the science. That's why I started this conversation.
Yeah.
Let's follow a rubric that we all agree to, whether you're on this side or that side. This is how science gets.
Wait, he dated Fran Drescher? Back during nanny days? I mean, the movie UHF days? Oh, was that when?
Done.
Right.
Okay. So if you followed that, so you would write hypothesis. It's like third grade.
Sure.
2. This is the methodology I'm proposing. And the methodology, as Mr. Gerald Walker, my 9th grade teacher, said, has to be written very explicitly. Great teacher. Okay?
Sure.
Step 1, step 2, step 3. This is where we go. This is what you do. This is the machinery we use. This is the beaker we use, everything. You have to write it down very explicitly so everyone can reproduce it. And you have to write it down very okay, if we're going to fly a drone, it has to be this drone.
Can I run it by you? Can I run by your methodology here? Here's my hypothesis. We start a plane out here, and we're on the salt flats or wherever. We have 100 miles of.
No, but what I'm saying, Dave, is
my hypothesis is that I fly 100 miles, and if the Earth is a globe, I should be 6,600 feet in the air.
Now, how is he going to ensure that the plane is flying in a straight line? That's the thing Dave doesn't have the brain to understand.
If I fly straight and level. Okay.
Yeah.
But when I'm not, that matches the flat Earth model. So now what do we do?
Well, now you have an experimental piece supporting your hypothesis.
Sure.
Now
every single flight every day does that.
I don't want to hear.
There, he just cult. Same thing. Repeat the same mantras.
I don't want to hear that. I want. What I'm saying is, if you want me to help facilitate this, I will.
That'd be awesome.
I'm saying that. Why don't we get, and I'll sponsor it right here in Cambridge. I have a big office here, big room. We can hold a conference, okay? Let's bring 20 people physicists from MIT, Harvard, right here. I'll call a bunch of people up.
I volunteer as tribute.
Bring 20 people.
Okay.
I'll help chair this meeting, and we'll use all the whiteboards I have right here in our big room.
Awesome. Let's do it. That'd be awesome.
And we will propose this experiment, and everyone go around the room and agree to the exact experimental dynamics, exact equipment, everything, how we'll measure everything. Okay? So we have to agree to that experiment. All right?
That's one experiment.
Well, let's just start there.
Okay.
Let's start there. Let's just do one fucking experiment right, okay? That everyone agrees to. And then we go do that experiment, and you'll have, I'm proposing you do 20 iterations of that experiment. On each team, you have a flat earther and an MIT physicist, okay?
Okay.
Or a non-flat earther. And so therefore everyone's checking each other, and everyone's supposed to follow that protocol that we all agreed to in my room here in Cambridge to the letter. And if someone doesn't, that data gets thrown out because that means someone's trying to violate the agreed upon manifesto of how to do this research.
So, will Dave ever agree to do anything like this? We all know.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem.
Wait, there's no problem.
Okay.
So if everyone agrees.
I just want to say, I'm in. When I was watching this, I'm in. Are you in? Are you in agreement with Shiva here? If he's like, let's get a group of people, right, together in a room that say the Earth is a globe, and a group of flatties together that say the Earth is flat, and let's agree together on a methodology to test. I'm in. Are you in? In the chat, tell me, are you in? Are you in support of this thing? Okay? Now, pay close attention to what Dave says.
You agree, and, Jim Williams, who's the head of the physics department of MIT, agrees. You guys both agree to our mechanics department, okay? You both agree, and I can bring these people in. Everyone agrees, and we have two teams, okay? 20 teams, and everyone goes to the exact same place with the exact same equipment, and then gathers the data. And everyone brings the data together, and we put it up on a whiteboard, and we look.
All right. The live chat right here. People are in. Look at that. Everybody's in. I don't see anybody saying no. All right, let's see.
Look at it, and we publish it openly. We'll get a journal to accept it, okay? So now you have data. First paper, and maybe that's showing that agrees with your hypothesis. Everyone comes out to plus or minus 5%, 6,660 feet off the ground. It's published. Done. Now, people will say, great. Other people say, oh, you missed this. Let's say you're right. The people on the other side will say, oh, you missed this, 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 and this. We'll say, great, come back. Let's meet again in Cambridge. So if what you say is true, let's update. Now you do. So what's your hypothesis? They're going to say, well, that was wrong because of ... And we all meet again. We say, okay, that could be.
Man, he's going over the process here, right? Flat earthers, what do? Well, they, being pseudoscientists, skip past the part where other people critique their work. They skip that and they go straight to publishing. And then they use that to try to indoctrinate new people into the cult, ignoring all of the critiques of it. They don't want to hear about it. But he's saying, hey, how about we do this? And Dave's like, oh, yeah, but look at Dave. Look at his face. He's getting a little sweaty here. I think we need to have a little closer look at Dave here, don't we? Let's get a little more of Dave on screen here. I want to see what he's all about here, because I don't think Dave's very comfortable on this. All right.
Be true. Then what experiment?
So he's back to looking at his next slide because he wants to get off this topic.
Would you propose, or how would you advance this experiment to measure the anomaly you're saying? Great. Go out again. Do it again. Guess what? It still comes out to the same answers. Now you do that over and over and over again with this experiment, with one singular experiment, and you get data and same set of people to validate it. That's how science is done. I can say, this MV25 product where we mix two ingredients together lowers inflammation. Bullshit, right? Marketing. Well, I get these two ingredients. I find the exact dosages. I find exactly which molecular.
It's not a good look on there. The potato face is looking a little droopy.
Targeted hits, and I prove it over and over again. I have the exact quantitative prediction, and then I test it in an environment, right? That's science. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're a PhD out of MIT, if you're not. If the data proves the hypothesis, that is what you have to suck up to. So that's what I propose. Yeah, that's what I said.
No, I got it. So just jumping forward, we do this. We do take these flights. They do not end up 6,600 feet because there's 10,000 flights every single day that don't do that. So now we have that data. We did it ourselves. Forget all the commercial flights, all the private flights.
20 people do it. 20 people do it. Two teams. Yeah. One who are pro flat Earth, anti flat Earth.
And we're all going to agree that it's not going to end up 6,600 feet.
No. The next step we do, Dave. Once we get that data, we go find a applied physics journal and we publish it.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
Oh. Dearth forgot about the publishing in a peer-reviewed journal part of it. He didn't want to do that.
No, I get it.
No. If the data is there, I'll help you get it published. Okay. I know how to write these papers.
Right.
And if there's many journals and you publish it, here's the data.
Dave's painted in a corner here. He agreed to this. He pretended that he was all in. And now he's in a corner. The thing is, he's painted himself in the corner. The entire room is paint, except for the little corner he's in right now.
And we do a video on it, okay?
Sure.
That would be taking it out to the community, and then people have to attack the paper, find out what the flaws were. They'd have to attack the MIT guys and you guys, okay?
I got
Because
it. I know the argument though. They're gonna proclaim that.
Whoa, it's starting like Dave's getting a little antsy here, doesn't it? I'm in. All the chat was in. What's Dave going to say about us?
The pendulous veins in the gyros are accounting for the curvature of the Earth. But the problem is...
Dave, stop, time out.
Yeah.
When we meet, remember, step 1, hypothesis, step 2, research methodology. When we meet here in Cambridge and we sit around our big little conference room we have here, everyone's got to put that out there right then. They can't come later, you see? When we design the experiment, they would have to design... The experimental design is key here. What is the experiment? It's like the Morley experiment, right? Yeah. So you have to design the experiment correctly. One of my great heroes is Richard Feynman. I mean, Richard Feynman would have theory, he would have experiments, and he would prove, and he would say, look, if science is real, if the data doesn't match your hypothesis,
you have to throw it out. Except in cosmology, they can be off by 10 to the 120th power.
Oh, Dave, way out of nowhere comes in with that. It's not going to work with people that know the topic. It only works with people that are ignorant, Dave, because it's a cult type argument.
And they just make it up.
No, but stop. I'm proposing I will help facilitate. Got a guy with 4 degrees from MIT, okay, who's bridged both these worlds.
Sure.
I will call a scientific conference on this.
Okay.
And we take that experiment that you just said, because from your standpoint, hold on one second.
All right. So he got a phone call here, and they talked about a few other things, and I clip this to make it a little shorter because it was a bit long and I didn't want to make it any longer. This was kind of not necessary stuff and it was off topic.
Dr. Sear, I think that there's better, there's other experiments that are better out there.
Oh, he doesn't want to do that one now.
That would just take a little more time.
Whatever it is. So
I got it.
It is.
And she was like, it doesn't matter. Your stuff is just a proposal, just like a vague idea. We'll get together. We all get together, and then at that time, we do it. You don't need to do a slide presentation on that one right now, Dave. You don't get what Shiva's talking about. He's saying you come to that meeting with your ideas.
The airplane one is done.
You tell me when you want to do a conference here, a scientific...
My suggestion is you're brand new to this topic. I think you need to look at a little more of the evidence before we decide what experiment would be best.
You're brand new to the topic, and Dave knows more than you about the topic, and you need to look at stuff because you're ignorant. Dave's going to tell you because Dave's so smart.
No, but let's define evidence. Evidence is reproducible predictions. You predict something, you're able to reproduce it.
Flat Earth doesn't make any predictions, though.
But that is a definition of evidence.
Right. And there's lots of that. I've got some better experiments that are doable, easily done in one day, easy and definitive. Right.
No, but Dave, the reason this controversy is going on is whenever you have controversies in science, you have to have both parties coming together and designing an experiment, particularly in something like this.
I got one better than the flight going straight. I got
What's
one.
That?
I have a better one that's done on an airplane. My suggestion to you is on my website, Flat Earth.
Pay close attention to what he's about to say to Shiva. Super, super important.
Dave.com. There's a picture of me and it says crash course. There's a bunch of videos there that you'll never find on your own because
but I don't care about that. But I don't want to
teach you a little more.
No.
Teach you. Dave is going to teach him. Dave thinks he's going to teach somebody that understands physics and math about the shape of the Earth. A simple topic, right? A topic that is covered in middle school very well, and he has a complete handle. Dave's going to teach about it. What an arrogant twat. Absolutely. Let's back it up. I want to hear Dave's condescending attempt again.
No, but I don't want to
teach you a little more.
No.
Teach you a little more.
No, but I don't need that. I go to first principles.
Yeah.
Let's just go to first principles. You brought up the Pythagorean triangle. That is first principles. A squared plus B squared equals C squared. Okay? The circumference of an earth, of a circle is 2 pi r. pi r squared. This, I can take my pen and paper and I can derive. I don't give a fuck what I don't give a fuck what you wrote. I don't give a fuck what they wrote. I like to derive stuff from first principles. Okay.
Sure.
So I can derive, you tell me to derive something, I'll derive it from first principles, and then I can go do an experiment. I can do that's real science. Okay. Well, anything short of that is we live in a world of influencers and bullshit. And
I agree. So is it a first principle that a 3-axis gimbal holds rigidity in space? Is that a first principle?
What I'm saying to you is this, Dave.
He's like, screw you. I'm not taking your diversion. Up yours, Dave. You're trying to divert.
Let us call both people together and let's make a hypothesis. You're saying the Earth is flat, and if you fly this much, it's going to do this. And then have that discourse and design the experiment. Period. And then
Dave actually published this video, Steel City. Dave has like 4 channels. He's got Flat Earth Dave Interviews, Flat Earth Dave Interviews 2, Dearth, and another one that's got do not subscribe to this channel in the title of the channel. So,
and get everyone to write their names on it.
I'll put my name on it.
I pledge I will execute this experiment. Their, scientific ethics to the letter. And I can facilitate that, okay? And then you create teams. People go have to do it. They'll be filmed doing the experiments. And all that data we publish. You have independent process, independent things. Everyone looks, and then we publish the results. Then you tell people, you just sit back and watch the fun. If you're right, you say, look, there's a result. This guy did it. This guy did it. You explain this, okay? But I'm saying the experiment you're proposing, you're already saying, well, they're going to say this and this. Great. So then in that meeting here, let's say we do it on August 1st, 2025. You say, I know if I do this, and you're going to say this. And they're going to say, oh, yeah, we're going to say, okay, so what is the experiment methodology we design now that...
Look at his face. Look at Dearth's face. He's not happy. He's not excited about this.
Eliminates that argument in the future, you say? So you have to design that experiment up front.
I have it. I have it designed. We can discuss it when we have more time.
Right. I'm saying...
Oh, let's not do it now. Let's do it off camera. I want to publish this, but I don't want to talk about that because it won't go well.
What I'm saying, the call to action here, let us put forward, if you want, we can use this as a video as a basis. Let's choose a date. When do you think you can get your people?
August 1st sounds good.
Is that too early or too late? We're in January, February, March, April, May, June.
Yeah, that is definitely Dave's face right now. That right there. Yep. That is Dave's face right now.
Could be June. Summer.
Could be June, beginning of June.
Yeah. So what?
That's good for me. Beginning of June's good for me.
Can we choose a date in June? And we'll, it gives us a date, June, let's say. Should we do it on a weekend? Should we say June 14th, Friday the 13th?
Maybe.
We could do,
Yeah, I mean, we can pick a date. We'd have to take a look at our calendars.
Yeah, so June 14th is a Saturday and a Sunday.
Sure.
So we could call a meeting here in Cambridge, scientific conference, experimental design conference, to design the experiment. And we leave out of that meeting with an actual agreed on experiment. We write it up, we propose it, and then we give it to other experts on both sides to attack that experimental design.
Oh, no, Flatties won't go for that. No, never, never, never.
Everyone critiques it. We do it openly in public. And then we meet again on July 12th, take all that feedback and update the experiment, and then do another meeting on August 16th. So everyone's had a chance. We do an alpha beta version, and then everyone says, yep, we all agree. You agree, they agree, everyone agrees. So in August, we have an experiment. And then we have teams start doing that experiment under the right conditions.
Sure.
In fact,
that's a good poll there, Ralph. Will Dearth agree to this method? There we go. Right. How much better can you get than that? It's open, it's published, it's transparent, and everybody has their input ahead of time. We go through multiple revisions to get different things, and in the end, people agree on it. Yep, that'll be good. But Dave's droopy the dog face isn't having it right now.
Propose that experiment, we publish it, open source it, and publish it all, and tell everyone to do it all over the world. Or I think we should do it in a particular place. You know, like we have the Quabbin Reservoir here. You can do it somewhere that you think. You know, we have the Charles River here, right? Wherever, you know, everyone agrees we're going to do it at this location.
And Bob the Science Guy was going to mention that. This is exactly it. Flat Earthers hate to actually do anything. They will not make a prediction because they know as soon as they make a prediction, it can be falsified. And if it's falsified, they're done. They have to give it up. And so Bob the Science Guy proposed to Fakatzoid's crew, how about you guys put together an experiment that we can do and agree upon? And their answer is, well, we don't have the burden of proof. It's already been proven. What's been proven? Who agreed on this? Nobody. Right? They won't even touch it. And that's why I'm certain of the poll. The poll is 98%. Droopy the dog here is not excited about this. He's like, oh crap. I don't know why I published this video.
We do it just like this, you know? I think it'd be interesting.
Sure would be. I mean, there's some more particular experiments that when we have more time we could discuss. But
no, but I'm saying whatever you think. That is, sure. we so people come, everyone proposes experiments, but what the outcome of June would be an actual experiment. Initially, everyone agrees on. We circulate that experimental design. Everyone critiques the attack. They said, "Oh, you missed this, you missed that." It'd be a working document.
I get it. I like it. And then sounds great.
Yeah, and I have a center we could do it out of. You know, so if it's you, Dave, you go pick 10 people on your side. I'll go.
This interaction is great. Watch Dave's face about the 10 people.
Find 10 people over at MIT and Harvard.
Perfect.
What do you think?
It sounds like a plan. I mean, it sounds like a good method to get it done accurately.
Yeah, and then we hold people accountable to follow that experiment and to participate. Like we'll have an ethics statement, a scientific ethics statement. That they have to agree to.
I like it.
No, you don't, Dave. You hate that. That's the end of your app, Dave, because if you sign a statement saying that you will adhere to the results of it, your app is done. Well, it's toast anyway. But that's your gravy train is gone, Dave.
Let's do it. Let's do it in June. And we have your phone number, right, Dave?
Yeah, you do. You should. I'll email it to.
Yeah, I tried to call that one number, and it said this number is not the 203 number.
Oh, it shouldn't have. It should have gone right through.
Okay. Email my assistant, but I'm open to do that, man, because I just haven't had time to do this. But let's just follow scientific principles.
All right, sounds awesome. Thanks for the discussion.
Yeah, and, I didn't want to. The reason I didn't want to go into this is because I know there's tons of videos you guys have done.
His app is still leaking. Video on that coming out very soon. It's already recorded. I just need to edit.
I think by this, we're like creating. I think with me, you have a chance to have a clean playing field, knowing it's going to be fair, and coming up with an experiment. We may have to. It may take us a
look at Dave's eyes. He's looking at his slide deck.
A while.
I think that's where his slide deck is.
Maybe a bunch of iterations, but we'll follow the scientific method. So the swarm can't just blatantly discount what you guys are doing, and at the same time, it gives the swarm or the opposition an opportunity to lay out all their cards on the table up front. Versus if it's right, then they say, "Oh, this, oh that, oh that." Right? Let them put everything up on the table.
They're not going to go down calm without kicking and screaming. So
yeah,
we completely embrace this, Dave. I already asked the chat here. We're completely in. I will put my name to it, Dave. Will you? Will you put your name to something that could falsify your position? I will. I did in Antarctica. I put everything on the line. You ran like a chicken.
Yeah, but we do it all up front.
All right, we'll give it a try. I like it. It sounds good. When do we want to talk next?
So send me your thing, and I'll call you this week.
Okay.
And then I need to get people here on if you want to do June.
All right, that sounds good. Let me talk to a few people, see who I can get to come and we'll make
get
something
the
happen.
top 10 people. I mean,
here you go. Get the top 10 people.
There must be at least 10 people like yourself, right?
His face is already hold on, we're not close enough. We don't have enough potato on screen. Hold on. Hold on. There it is. All right, hold on. It's coming. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? 1. All right, this is good. This is really, this is. He does not like this. All right, there's 1. All right, I'm almost there. Almost there. I'm setting it up. Window. This. Okay. I'm setting up the scene. It'll be worth it. It'll be worth it. The face of dread. All right, there you go. Look at his face. See what Shiva just asked. You got 10 other flat earthers you can bring in, right? Right. Let's go playback speed. Let's go back to normal here. I want to see it in real time here.
In the world?
I'm sure that there are. There are.
Did you see? He's like, oh, he didn't like that. Here, let's back it up a little.
Talk to a few people, see who I can get to come and we'll make
get
something
the
happen.
top 10 people. I mean, there must
Watch his whole posture sink.
be at least 10 people like yourself, right? In the world?
I'm sure that there are. There are. There's a lot of.
Oh my gosh. His posture just told the whole story. It's so, he just crumbled. It's like you got 10 flat earthers, right? Oh no, I don't know if we got that right now. I don't want to talk about that. I mean, I can't get Witsit and anybody else in the room at the same time, and well, they don't like me much either right now because I initially supported Witsit, but that turned out to not make money for me, so I had to change my mind. But I really want Witsit, but he's not good for my pocketbook right now. Oh no. And Sharon's gone. What am I gonna do? Who do I have? Karen be? No, that won't work either. And Nathan Oak. No. Mark Sargent. It'll be Mark Sargent and Dearth, but no, Mark Sargent won't commit to anything. Who will commit to something? Nobody will show up. There won't be any flat earthers to this open invitation for flat earthers to come and do science. Oh no. That's it. That's all right. One more time. Here we go.
Right? In the world?
I'm sure that there are. There are. There's a lot of controversy in the flat Earth arena because everyone's trying to figure out what this place is, and there's lots of options. One thing that we all agree on is it's not a ball because that's provable.
No, you can't. You got to make predictions.
The question is,
All right, so let's just go to very first. I call it first principles.
I like it. First principle.
Very simple. I mean, if you want to make a dent, you take one thing, get super hyper focused on it.
Yep.
And go after that. And then you go to the next thing.
Nope, you didn't want that.
Okay, the next thing. Okay.
Nope.
Etc. Otherwise, it's very hard to win in this game of whatever.
Do you understand gyros?
Oh, topic change.
Work,
topic
right?
change.
So gyros for an airplane fly like this. How about this? You put a gyro upright, and you
a 3-axis gyro upright.
Spin it up so it's holding that axis, and you point the plane east or west. Okay. And now,
okay, so 1-axis gyro and it's upright. Okay, now what? Now what are we doing?
Now the plane goes, and the magnetic compasses are going east. Okay. And the pilot just keeps that gyro straight because you got a gyro compass and a magnetic compass, right? And so he's just going to look at the gyro and keep that in that alignment. So the
So he's going to fly so that the gyro doesn't rotate, doesn't precess. How is he going to do that in an airplane where it takes minutes to shift a little? How are you looking at a gyroscope to do that? Wow, Dave, you really suck at it. And let's hear it.
Plane's going to go, and east is going to peel off to the left. Magnetic east, because it goes around the North Pole. So that's going to prove that the gyro holds rigidity in space.
We don't need that. None of that proves that gyroscopes hold rigidity in space. That's established already. We all agree that gyroscopes maintain rigidity in space within the precision of the instrument. Right? We all agree on that. So this isn't going to prove that or not.
Right? Doesn't prove the Earth is flat or a globe, because in the northern hemisphere, when you dead reckon east or west with a compass, with a gyro, west will curve off to the right and east will curve off to the left on both models. When you cross the equator, when you're south of the equator and you're going west, dead reckoning, magnetic west is going to curve off to the left instead of to the right. It's going to curve off to the left, but it will curve off to the right because the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I have to think through that.
Yeah.
Can you show?
So think about this. Dearth wants to take an airplane and somewhere north of the equator, fly it one way, following having the pilot sight and steer based on a gyroscope. A large enough airplane to do this for many hours. And then he wants to do the same thing in the southern hemisphere at maybe the same southern latitude. Let's say 45 degrees south latitude, right? So you have to go to South America, maybe to Buenos Aires or Montevideo or something like that to be at 45 degrees south latitude, and then fly straight east or straight west for many hours and have everybody on it. This is many millions of dollars to do. Airplanes aren't cheap. Planes aren't cheap. Crews are not cheap. All of this is expensive, and you're flying on a route that you can probably plot ahead of time, right? And will Dave commit to accepting the results? Of course he won't. 96% have identified that as the case.
Can you show me where is Spain on your map and where on your proposed map, and where is India?
Yeah, let me pull up a better map.
And what was the view of the world when Columbus sailed the ocean blue?
Well, that's a good question. You know, if you believe
that. Well, turns out Shiva is not up to date on it's people from his generation generally are not on on what people generally thought was the shape of the Earth during Columbus's time. Remember, that was we kind of know, but the common idea was that everybody thought the Earth was flat. It was in cartoons, it was in history books, but it was not true. People at the time knew that the Earth was a globe, except for potentially maybe pockets of people somewhere. But that was not the case. It was put in later by a historian that was not really much of a historian. It was doing it to make more, I think, more of a political or social point. And somehow that stuck. And so a lot of people, very, very many people, still think that the general society thought the Earth was flat at the time. They did not. Columbus used Imago Mundi, image of the Earth, is his map. It's a projection of the globe. He did not think that the Earth was flat. The only thing that Columbus got wrong was he thought that the Earth had a smaller radius than it did. That was what he got wrong. Washington Irving was the guy. Thanks, Bob. Yeah, Washington Irving wrote a story. His story got into history books as if it was true. And Bugs Bunny did there's a Bugs Bunny cartoon. years later. So
the story of Columbus. So here is, where's the map? Here you go. So what are we looking for?
Yeah, I just want to see, where is Spain?
Spain would be over here somewhere, right?
And where is India in that map? Where
India is over here.
Oh, okay. So
yeah, because Columbus was looking for a route from Spain to India, shorter route, but they didn't. Columbus didn't think this was the map.
If he had a flat Earth map, and
here's Japan. Here's Hawaii,
so he would never
out here.
have gone in that. Yeah, he would never have gone in that direction.
You know, who?
That's a good point. I never thought of that. If Columbus thought, oh, you're not seeing it. Let me fix it here, because we're done seeing his droopy face on that one. If Columbus thought, I'll back it up so you can see it, that the Earth was this map that Dave thinks Columbus thought the Earth was. Right? Let's back it up a little. Then he never would have attempted to go that direction to get there, because it did not make any sense on that map for what Columbus was. Going with the incorrect position that Washington Irving claimed, this would make even less sense.
So here is, where's the map? Here you go. So what are we looking for?
Yeah, I just want to see, where is Spain?
Spain would be over here somewhere, right?
And where is India in that map? Where
India is over here.
Oh, okay. So if he had a flat Earth map, and
here's Japan. Here's Hawaii,
so he would
out
never
here.
have gone in that. Yeah, he would never have gone in that direction.
You know, who are we talking about?
I'm just talking about hypothetically. If Columbus thought the Earth was flat, in that model that you showed me, it doesn't make sense why he would have gone east. You see?
Yeah.
So to be fair to Dave, pointing to something, because he's just in a room and he's got a green screen. He's trying to point to somewhere and things are reversed. So I'm not getting on him about not being able to point directly to India or Spain.
I don't know if I believe in the whole Columbus story, because all right. Wait, let me just show you one quick thing, and then I'll let you go. So this is the flight from.
Oh, let's talk about another topic. Shotgun those topics there, buddy.
If the Earth is a globe, this is the flight from New Zealand, right? Australia's over here to Argentina. And
now, why Argentina? Why not New Zealand to somewhere closer like Chile? Right? Why not? Let's get this here. Make sure I got. So let's look here. We've got New Zealand to Argentina. Why Argentina? Right? We're gonna do New Zealand. Let's do. There is a flight from. Is it from Christchurch? Might be from Christchurch to Santiago, right? This is the globe route. This really exists in reality. It really happens. It may not be Christchurch. It may be Auckland, right? Could be this, right? Doesn't matter. It doesn't change it much. Why is he saying Argentina? The reason why he's saying Argentina is because he knows that there is a direct flight to Santiago from Australia, but he knows that his mark, the person he's trying to trick, the person he's trying to scam, doesn't know these trivia. So he's like, oh well, let's go to Buenos Aires. How come this isn't the route? Well, the reason why is because if you're gonna go from New Zealand to Buenos Aires, you first go to Santiago, and then you take a second hop from Santiago to Buenos Aires, right? And that's probably a 2 or 3 hour flight, right? Because I know that because I flew from Santiago here. Here's Santiago right there. I flew from Santiago to Punta Arenas, which is about 4.5 hours right here. So this distance here was 4.5. So this distance right here is 2 to 3. I'm rough guesses. So why did you choose that, Dave? You chose that so that you may deceive. You arbitrarily chose those two cities because you know there is no direct flight, even though you do know fully well that the flight between Sydney and Santiago does exist. 100% exists, and it's a direct route. It doesn't go up north anywhere. Right? Dave is a scammer. He is a lying piece of trash scum. He's trying to deceive people for money. That's what Dave's doing. But Shiva's having nothing of it. Good for him.
FlightAware says this is the shortest route, but that's not how it goes, right? The flight actually goes all the way up across the equator to San Francisco, all the way across to Houston, Texas, and it goes all the way down. That's the flight route. When you look at it on a flat Earth map, you got New Zealand, San Francisco.
Yep. That's not one flight. Each of those is probably a separate flight. You probably have to transfer planes between.
Houston, Texas, and Argentina. It's a straight line. There's tons of flight routes. All long-distance southern flight routes match a flat Earth map. They do crazy.
All, you say? Well, Critical Think took the flight between Santiago and Sydney, both directions. All? That doesn't match a flat Earth, Dave. And here's the thing. Dave knows that flight exists. He 100% knows that flight exists, and it does not match flat Earth. But he also knows that his mark is not schooled on this topic, and he can fool and indoctrinate his mark. And later, when the mark finds out that he lied, then the mark has already been indoctrinated into the cult and will allow his religious cult beliefs, not Shiva, but others, to override the, wait a second, you used that as evidence in the beginning, and I need to reverse everything. People don't reverse. They don't unravel all of these things until years later, like Jaron is doing right now.
Things on a globe. In the north, it's kind of the same, but there is a little bit of a difference. But when you look at this along with emergency landings, that make absolutely no sense whatsoever.
David, where is
where's what?
Where is Africa relative to, like, Brazil relative to, let's say, Ivory Coast?
So,
there is a South, right? So now he doesn't know. There are flights between South America and Africa, right? They exist. They stay south of the equator the entire time. They only work on the globe. They do not work on flat Earth. But Dave knows how to lie and deceive to get around this.
So here's Africa, right? Africa's here.
Yeah, so Ivory Coast is right down where you put
right,
your
and
finger.
here's Brazil down here.
So how do they? No, but what's the tip of Brazil? Keep going. Put your hand over there.
Yeah.
No, right there. Yeah. So how do they go from Brazil to Ivory Coast, which is right across? Do they just cut right across?
Cut right across there. There's undersea water cables, undersea cable.
Change the topic.
Internet cables that go from here to here, but there's none. There's none that go from here to here, or from here to here, or from here to here, because it's too far. But on a globe, they're right next to each other. On a globe, they're all wrapped around the bottom of a globe.
Well,
undersea cables prove the Earth is flat. Airplane.
Where did he do the analysis? This is the thing. In order to be even remotely considered evidence for, you would need to have the prediction for the distance based on flat Earth. Something you've never done. No flat earther has ever used flat Earth to predict distances. Ever. It's the only way you could even come to that conclusion by any remote possibility. You need to step one, make a prediction. Make a prediction. No prediction, you don't get to play at the big boy table.
Flights prove the Earth is flat. Everything proves the Earth is flat unless people are just unwilling to look.
Mm-hmm. So where do undersea cables go for Australia?
I'll show you. Cables. So this is a map of all of the cables, how they go. So Australia, they go all the way up to the north.
Now, Dave, being in sales, you'd think that he may have some understanding of market pressures, but he doesn't. What is the demand for communication at the cost of a large amount of money between Australia and South America? Right? Now, let me back you up. 2015, 2016, flat earthers claimed that flight QF-27 did not exist. Just doesn't exist. And they said, well, if it did, it would prove the globe. But now that people have shown that they do exist, like, oh, well, that doesn't matter. When the market pressures are large enough to say, well, we will drag a cable between Australia and South America, then what? Or Australia and Africa. Huh? Then what? Then when that length of cable makes sense on the globe and not on flat Earth, what will you say then? Another excuse. Put your name to it. Sign your word to it. Have the courage to actually put something on the line, you gutless coward.
And then all the way, well, they go all the way up here and then down, right? This is just not a great map, but none of them, like this and this, are close together. These three things are all close together, but there's no cables going there because it's over twice the distance that it shows on a globe.
Yeah, and that's, but yet flights exist, Dave. Piece of crap.
3 times the distance. And when you look at all these cables, they make absolutely no sense on a.
Well, that's a different issue. I mean, yeah, that's just the way that they did the whatchamacallit.
See, Shiva gets the market.
Well, I disagree. I mean, everything matches.
I disagree.
Is matches a flat Earth, right?
Okay. All right, Dave, I got to go.
All right.
But this is
all right. So that's they just have a wrap up there. So the poll on whether or not Dave would agree to the method, no, 96%, yes, 3%. If you thought that Dave would actually do that, who are you? I'm curious who in the chat thought that Dave would actually agree to that. Anyway, just let me know if that was you. I mean, maybe you mistyped it or something. So, all right, somebody took this out. Hold on. I hope this was a mistake. According to Submarine Cable Map, there's a line from Perth to South Africa. Ooh. I did not know that. I will have to, if you have a link, Ralph, I don't know why that was blocked, but here's what happens when somebody, I don't know why that happened, but here we go, Ralph. So that it can't happen again. And you can post a link. You can just drop it in there right now if you want. I hope that was an accident. All right, let me read a couple super chats here. We got Rossi says, things I trust more than Dave's app, these random mushrooms I found. Oh my gosh. Okay, all right, we've got well, this he says Dave considers this as proof. Right? This is proof. Undersea cables are proof. That's what he considers as proof, right? So if that is proof, then he will accept this as proof. So there you go, people. You may use this as proof. He will not argue it when you send it for the Bitcoins that he will definitely pay you. So there's a all south of the equator, right here between Australia and Africa. And here's an all south of the equator line between Australia and South America. And this, we've got two here. Looks like the South Atlantic Interlink and the South Atlantic Cable Systems has two. They're real close to the equator because there's not a big distance between them. Now, these are logical lines. Flat earthers don't get this. Flat earthers are too stupid to understand. These are logical lines. These are not geographic lines. This isn't the actual line that it takes. This is an essentially straight line on this particular projection. But you see these here. Look at all these. See how these are stacked up? Right? Are they actually stacked up like this with equal distances between them in real life? No, of course not. These are logical. This is a logical drawing. But flat earthers are too dumb to understand this. They will actually think this is what the path it takes. Right? Right? You get around these islands and they use these islands as points of presences, a pop. Right? And you can see, oh, look at this. Here's an ingress to France, to Europe, is wherever this is, Marseille. And here we go over here. We go to England, and we have a Edinburgh, Zeus, and Winterton on Sea. Another, not a lot there on Winterton. Here's one, Bood. Is that how you say it? A big pop there. This is pretty cool. I love this map. Anyway, so we've got this. So if we really wanted this would be an interesting one right here. It looks like it might be the farthest south. This line called Umoja. Umoja goes between that town name. I'm not going to try to pronounce. Is this it? Yeah, it comes to Amanzimtoi, South Africa, and it looks like Perth. Yeah, right there. So if anybody can get the actual details on this, that would be awesome. The actual length. I would love to get that. Shoot it to me, mc2.net, or Discord or Facebook are better spots for it. That'd be good. So there you go. The Cornish town of Bude is pronounced Bude, says the Dr. Flay. Thank you that. Click the cable. Okay. Click the cable. What is that giving me here? URL cloud.google.com. Show all cables. That's not showing much here. So what am I doing by clicking on it? I don't know what it's given me. Show all cables. Go back to this one, like cable length NA. That doesn't help. So is it not done yet? Maybe it's not done. It could be. Is this one done right here? There we go. Oh, that goes north. Is that connecting up to Guam? I mean, we can definitely. Does it switch? Yeah, that's the same cable. It has a pop in Guam there. All right. Well, I think we're on to something here. The length is NA because it's not completed yet, says Globy. Oh, thank you, Globy. All right. Well, so that makes sense. How long until that is lit up? Help increase. Do you Google Cloud region. Do we have a date? I don't see a date. Launched in 2022. Oh, this is a skiing? Realize, yeah, all right. So not a lot of details at this one here. Anyway, it's all good. You know what's going to happen? It's going to happen, and then flatties are going to reject it. They're going to say nuh-uh. So I sent you a reverse distorted pic from screenshot. I see. All right. Well, I see spin. All right. I'm not gonna go. Yeah, I'll bring that up. I think it'd be good to. So this is back to the Dave's video that he likes to do, where we don't have the original source, and that's a tactic. Think about that. If you can't get the original full source video, you cannot any longer for the little piggy cam. You cannot get the original full source video anymore. It doesn't exist anymore online. The guy took it off of his channel. He privated or deleted the video. You cannot get it. Right? That's a safe position for the flatties, because nobody can then go get the original and show definitively, look at that fisheye. But the little piggy, there's a surviving clip that shows after the balloon popped. But the one that Dearth has, we didn't find anything. So if you do find the original, then let's get that. I would love to get that original from the one that Dearth found. Dearth likes to use. So, okay. Professor Phil Bell says, tell Flatsoid the sun is in the black area above the clouds. Flatsoid is, he's dumb and a prolific liar at the same time. It is, the combination is quite staggering from a Flatsoid. To be as stupid as he is and as willing to lie as he is. It's crazy. The Sun Express's experiment, running an internal combustion engine on a mix of ethanol and sugar water. Observe, measure, and record what comes out of the engine's exhaust. Ethanol and sugar water. Would that work? I don't know. I don't know enough about that. Matthew Alott says, dodge, duck, dive, dodge, repeat in order. Yeah, Dirthy Poo was, I don't know why he published that. He must have told people ahead of time or something. I mean, he must have been tricked into having to post that. That was not a good video for Dave. JSS Tiger says, the only reason Dave acknowledges you went to Antarctica is because you need his scammer app, because he used his scammer app down there. I did launch it down there. It didn't work. It said I was in darkness. Shane Eslick says, we'll give Mrs. Toon to ground you. We'll get Mrs. For the shocking microphone. I could probably just get a grounding wire. I'm wearing thick socks because it's really cold, and this is the coldest room in the house. I've just got the one heater on the floor over here. Not a lot comes in. I've got a space heater over here. Not a lot comes in. It is warmer after having this new wall up here, because this is insulation up here between the wood, and so it deadened the sound, and it's extra insulation. It's over the window as well, so I'm getting a lot of extra insulation here. Frisco Gorder experiment, observe results. Yes. Okay. The point being, yes, in experiment, you make a prediction and you observe results. You don't have to, this whole gotta have an independent variable thing is just an attempt by flat earthers to redefine science so that they can just reject whatever they don't like. All science confirms that the Earth is a globe, and none of it confirms that the Earth is flat. So they have to reject all science, and so they've defined this version of science. Like they've misnamed something that's not science as science, and then they apply that method and say, "Oh well, it didn't match that, therefore not science." But they don't do that same method to their own stuff to see what shape the Earth is. Also, they none of them have ever done science using that method. None of them. And nobody in all of history has ever used that particular method to actually do any science and come up with any novel results. You can't do science. It's so restrictive because it's designed to reject everything. Right? What was done in science using that method that came out with anything, right? Nothing. What about how IBM came up with a giant magneto-resistive technology? How did they figure that out? What experiments did they do to figure that out to increase hard drive capacity? I don't know. It was 15 years ago, maybe, when it was big news when it came out. GMR. Anybody remember hard drive technology from then? I know I've got some people in the audience that know that. Specifically, somebody who's a RF scanner. I'm still borrowing. Anyway, they didn't use that. Dave Kircher says, things I trust more than Dave's app, spa visit, following through. Well, a well-placed thing to trust more. Spa visit did come through. Turns out, as predicted, spa visit is a Poe. Not even a funny one. Jay Donashi says, Tune, if you are magnetic, cycle central field of a magnet and a torus field of electric static, why aren't you floating in the ceiling? Yeah, floating to the ceiling. Exactly. I should be. I totally should be. That's the it's electric. Magnetism or gravity is electric. Really? Because I've had during this live stream charges to both positive and well, I don't know. Wool socks on carpet. Did I get a positive charge or a negative charge? I don't know. I didn't feel any increase or decrease of my mass, my downward weight, not my mass, my weight. Anyway. RLL, says Jack Fetter. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about there, Jack Fetter. Alyssum says Dearth belongs in jail for fraud. Sending love doesn't ever stop calling him out. Well, that process is moving forward. Roger that. Member for 7 months says, I always choose potato. Hope you and the family are well. I have an offer for you. We'll DM you this week about it. Thank you, Roger that. I'll be looking for the DM. I'll probably forget about it before you send it. Mark W says iPhone / Waterman is a waste of time. Tune, ignore. Yep. Yes, and if Waterman does show up, then do feel free to just ban from the channel. I don't find that kind of poing funny. Next Level Ranch says Dave's out to get exposed big time here. Oh, yes. Yes, he is. Darkstar 4400 says Dearth discovered what happens when you hit a brick wall. The droopy face was so good. Like, no, we don't really have any flat earthers that can... Kira says Dave single-handedly killing the vibe for flat earthers to debate published scientists. They might accidentally agree to perform real science. Absolutely. Next Level Ranch says Dirty Dave will just say experiment inconclusive. Well, I do like what Shiva did, and Shiva, I mean, it's the next step. It's the thing that like Dave's already committed to it. So if Shiva follows through, Dave's going to be screwed because he's already said yes, right? That was the difficult thing about the final experiment. Will found flat earthers that said very specific things about Antarctica, including Flat Earth Dave and Dubé and Oakley and Witsit and Jaren, and I mean, all the big names, all of them, no exceptions. They said very specific things about Antarctica, right? They put their word to it. Turns out their word is trash. They are liars. Right? So, but they hadn't explicitly agreed to the very specific experiment. They had said it, but they didn't put their name to it after the fact, after it was, hey, I'll pay for you to go to Antarctica. Well, no, I'm busy that week. Mark W. says, Dirth, D-I-R-T-H, is Dave in real-time hell. He was squirming. Shane Eslick says, dirt is going to be smashed potato. Yep, love that. Obi-Wan says, Dave, 3 days before the experiment, says, oddly, all the flips came down with bird flu, COVID, cancer, aneurysms. Evil NASA worked with Satan to make us sick to keep the truth hidden. Denodal. Alex Strand says, maybe Dave can get Spitzit. Yes, Spitzit can agree to do another experiment and put his name to it. That will definitely engender him to the Flat Earth community again. Third Duras sister. Loving the Klingon reference there. Why haven't app stores removed Dave's leaky app? I don't know. I really don't. But another step happens as soon as I get this video edited that I'm working on. And in that video is an announcement. I won't say it here. I will say it. But there is another announcement in that video. It's huge. I'm super excited for it. 78 Mitsu says, I'm game if we get to rent an SR-72 Dark Star. Well, yeah, who's going to foot that? Certainly Dirth is going to foot that bill, right? Derek the Dullard says, good morning, Mike. Love your debunks, dude. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. We got Baux1 says, on Flight Rider 24 right now, there are 2 Sydney to Santiago and Melbourne to Santiago, Sydney to Auckland, Santiago to Melbourne, and Sydney to Johannesburg in the air. Every one of them doesn't work on Flat Earth. You're right. And Dave knows that his audience, his mark, will not be aware of them and will not be checking in real time. And he's shotgunned so many things they're not going to be able to remember. Right. Slackback had one that was blocked. Why was it blocked? I don't know. Brenda says, I was just on Ironworks 3000 Vlad and expressed my disappointment at him platforming Mikey. It was just now. I don't know if that's something can be explored or not. Thought I'd let you know. Oh, they brought on Mikey Smith? Is that who they brought on? Yeah, Mikey Smith is like he's obviously very mentally handicapped. Mikey Smith is quite severely mentally handicapped. And flat earthers, the flat earth lie has gotten to him and has made it worse for him. Flat earthers, be ashamed of yourselves. In your quest for money, innocent victims like Mikey Smith have turned into monsters. Right? You made it worse for him, flat earthers. You made it worse for him. Mikey Smith, I don't think inherently is a bad person, but you made him a bad person. Right? He's a simpleton. And all of your lies and nonsense and grifting fed him lies and made him believe things that are wrong. And he's paying, and it's harming him. Right? And yeah, he if he got the help he needed, and if he trusted the people that he should trust, he could improve. He could have. I don't know if it's too late or not for him. But if Flat Earth hadn't got him off into stupid stuff, he wouldn't be. He doesn't trust the people he should trust. He doesn't trust the doctors that he should trust to take care of his diabetes, so he doesn't take his medication. Right? He apparently seems to try to be exercising. Good for him. But his diabetes is bad enough, it looks like. Seems there's more to it than just that at this point. I don't know. Anyway, if Slackback had a comment that should not have been deleted, Slackback, just tag me. I'll read it off. It looks like Flat Earth is nonsense removed it. I don't know why. So sorry for that if it was not to be, should not have been blocked. So Ion posted a screenshot. Okay, I'll look. Okay, Slackback says, things I trust more than Dearth's app. Terrence Howard's wave conjugations will cancel out Witzit's centripetal divergence. I love that. See, all right. That's good. All right, I gotta find Slackback. I don't know why, but here's what you get. Here's what you get. You get to be a moderator, so it can't happen again. There you go. I guess don't game the system, people. Don't go block a comment from a friend of yours so that I go do that. Naughty. Just ask. I'll probably do it. Eddie Reese says, things I trust more than Dave's app. An electrician with a certificate from Flat Earth Community University. Go back, you flurpers. Meet Joe Maker for $5. It's possible to find servers/nodes, not sure of terminology, at each end of undersea cables and use timer to see how long it takes to send and receive ping. That is possible to some extent. It's helpful if you can, you can do a trace route. If you can get a trace route that goes between them, then you can look at the differences. And you could even do, if you know the route, you could do differential pings, right? Because a trace route does pings in multiple hops, but just a straight ping will go, if you know the IP of this node and the IP of this node, right? And you ping one, and you get your average time, and you ping the other, and you get your average time, and then you subtract the first one if you know it's just one more hop. You could do that. So when that cable is up, then we can do it, because that looks like the only one that's a long distance all south of the equator. If anybody has data, like real information on any sort of timeline for that, I'd love to know it. Right? It looks like Google's putting it together. So there's some money behind it. So, but yeah, that absolutely can work. It is something that some of the IP location, geolocation people use to identify locations on the globe. If you don't know for certain where something is, you can do ping timings to those IPs to eliminate things. Right? You can eliminate that. If it got to you quicker than the speed of light could get to some far distant thing, you know it's not that far away. It has to be closer. So, but of course, each router in between adds a delay, and so that's why you need to do some better differential things than to just send a ping. So, yes, Leslie Rohrer, I think, had done some project on that. It was trying to do something on that, but until we have like a long distance, we've identified a long distance hop. And we know the IPs between them, and we know the length of the hop. It's tough. Because there is that one that went from... where did it go from? Let's look. From the South Pacific. Polynesia. Yeah, it went. Oh no. It just looks like it went near. Oh, that doesn't help. No, it did. It went to French Polynesia. So if that one, and it's the Alai link, so we might be able to do it right now. Oh no, it says TBD, to be determined. Oh, that one's not even done. Okay, never mind. I know it wasn't on screen. I was just looking at it. Okay. In the coming months and years, we'll be able to do that. But it's a good idea. Icy Spin says, I sent you reverse distorted pic from screenshot. Yeah, so the let's go back to that. So here's the problem. When you start warping pictures and video, that's the exact thing that flat earthers do to deceive people. And so you're like, oh, well, I know that this is a straight line, so I'm going to make this straight and have all the distortions match. That's tough. It's difficult to convince to really to go and say, look, here's a hard thing. We don't need to do that. Right. The only thing, the whole point about what Flat Earth Dave is showing is that is a distorted lens. And you're claiming that it's not. Right. Let's get a non-distorting lens like Dwayne Cullum used. And it shows the horizon to be curved. There you go. Obi-Wan says, as a pilot of 40 years, about 200 knots covers 100 nautical miles in about 30 minutes. So climbing from sea level to 6,600 feet in that time is about 220 feet per minute, enough to stay perpendicular from the vertical starting point. Easy to do. But that kind of math is not easy for a flatty. They can't math. Veganuk says, I think my favorite part of this channel now is MC Toon's gradual acceptance of swearing for purely cathartic purposes. There's really just two words that are off limits. Just saying. And there's one instance that you guys could probably find. And there's another instance that I don't think any of you will find. And it is out there, but I don't think you'll find it. Earthrise says, Dearth is a scammer, but I'm a member for 44 months. Awesome, Earthrise. That's a long time. Coming up on 4 years. Mr. E-Man says, I emailed a photo of a moon rock that I touched. Oh, yes. So I was missing a little bit of... context to that when I saw it a little quickly. So, yeah, because there wasn't a lot in the... I didn't even know what that was in the first picture. There it is. Okay. That's kind of cool. Here, let's see if we can get this here on screen quick. Let me rename that to Moonrock. There you go. So is the rock like on top of that thing there? Like you can't quite see it. Let me check the email to see if there's a better... There's meteorites, there's the rock, all right. So that's pretty cool. That was it that's in there. But so it looks like you can actually touch the moon rock. Very cool. You can essentially check out moon rocks, scientific experiments. If you want to, contact NASA, say, I'd like to do science on the moon rocks. Will you send them to us? Say, all right, well, let's look at your proposal and yeah, we'll do it. So get a geologist, flatties, right? Obviously you won't find a flat earth geologist. There's no such thing as a flat earth geologist, right? But get a geologist that's not a flat earther and say, hey, we would like you to look at this moon rock and analyze it to see if it's terrestrial or not. Right? Do that. You won't. We know you won't, because it could falsify flat Earth, and you don't want that. Next Level Ranch says, imagine a conversation with Mikey and Santos. Oh my gosh. See, there's a difference. You think about this. Put Mikey next to Santos. Mikey, he's got a whole bunch of disgusting positions right now, right? But they're learned. He learned them from flat earthers. Maybe some of them he came up with his own, but Mikey's a simpleton. He didn't come up with any of his positions on his own. They were given to him by other people that for whatever reason he decided he trusted. Flat earthers. So you look at all of the positions he has, they match many other flat earthers. Santos, on the other hand, is a leader in being a horrible, disgusting piece of crap. Right? Santos is the one leading the way. He's the Papa Flurf that's doing evil. Right? He needs to be put in an asylum. Never should he have a platform to ever again influence another human. He does damage to humans with his influence. And if people were to take action on what he wants them to do, other people would be gone. Right? Mystery Man's going to get a better photo next time. Oh, that'd be cool. I want to come there. Figure out how I can speak there. I'll come there. So we've got Jack Fetter says, things I trust more than Dearth's app is that local Burger King sanitized the restroom for my protection. Ugh. Burger Kings are just nasty. Like, I don't know. Did my perception change or did they change? I don't know. I guess I haven't been into a Burger King for quite a while. It must be just perception, because I can't. Yeah, it has to be. I can't identify the last time I've been in a Burger King. So I can't say that I think they've gotten disgusting, because it's only perception that has that. Okay, I'll take that back, but yuck. I do like their rodeo burger. I did. I don't know if it's any good anymore. Haven't had it for I don't know how long. Meet Joe Maker says, would a Wireshark over your company of choice VPN picking multiple undersea lines or anything similar be able to trace all existing routes and do the same thing as your geosurvey and triangulation? You probably could. Yeah, because it would be quite a thing to, get, pingable, a server that you can sit on that's near the point of exit, right? On the continent, right? Get a place it's not Johannesburg, it's whatever the name of that town on the coast of South Africa. Get a server there a machine there where you can get on the network and do a ping. Might be a bit of a challenge to do that. Might be a little more possible to do it in Perth. So maybe in Perth, right? There's probably data servers, servers, bare metal machines or VMs that you could rent in Perth. And then you could do multiple pings and get timing there. Or you could run a VPN. Certainly there's a VPN. Not certainly. I don't know. I'm guessing. How about that? I would guess that there's a VPN where you can have your point be in Perth. And so then you could run a ping. Nah, that wouldn't be great because you're not actually in Perth. So you get all that overhead between you and that point. All that could do is force the route to go through there. So you could do that, but you greatly increase your margin of error potential because you have whatever distances it is between you and your exit point near Perth. How much time does that take? We can quantify that. And if it's consistent, then you can get a narrow margin of error, narrower. It could be. Well, either way, the link isn't up yet, so we can't do that testing. But once it is, I'm in. think we can really do a lot there. Flat earthers won't understand it because they don't understand statistics, margin of error, measurement, predictions, anything. But yeah, I like that idea. I like that, Joe. 78 Mitsu says, but the speed of light over fiber is between 1.662 and 1.83 times 10 to the 8 meters per second, depending on fiber type, and each OEO hop adds a half millisecond of latency. We could get close at L3, but it could be 20 to 30% longer than the point-to-point length. But we are still fine doing that. This is details about how fast light travels in fiber. We're fine doing that because on flat Earth, the distance is 2 or 3 or 4 times longer, depending on the latitude that it goes. So from Perth to, South Africa, somewhere I'm just rough guessing, it's at least twice as long on flat Earth than on the globe, right? So if we're saying, well, 20 to 30%, don't know. That's okay, because 2x. So we could get the rate, we could get the margin, we could get our margins, right? We can say, well, let's say it's the slow speed of light through fiber and the fast speed of light through fiber. Okay, here's our boundaries on the range that it could be for the speed. Now take the length for globe and length for flat Earth. There you go. I don't know if that it doesn't even really matter. Dave accepts that the lengths reported are accurate because it matches his pre-selected conclusion. Max V says, I emailed you my booking for the flight from Buenos Aires to Auckland in 2019. Direct flight, no longer available, unfortunately. Oh. Well, let me look here. I see that. So it's an email. Okay. 2019 November. Man, this is just before everything stopped existing for a year or two. Auckland and Buenos Aires. There you go. So there is a flight that did exist nonstop. Uh-oh, Dave. Davy Poo, you're a liar, Poo. I love this. Okay, thank you so much. That's great. I'm going to drop this in. Hold on. I got to get this Southern Hemisphere flights. There you go. Let's go. New Zealand to Argentina. Okay. Let's drag your whole email in there. There we go. Got it. Thank you. I'll look at that later. Well, you can't argue. Dave has declared that as proof. He will accept it. Right? And right. Love it. Love it. What will he say when he's presented with that? He just recently declared that it's not possible. And it is in the realm of proof to do that. So we're good. We're good. He'll totally pay out. Knock It Offler 24 says, MC Toon, will you divulge the programs you use for the intro/outro, as well as many of the other masterpieces you create? The ones I've tried so far, junk. Thanks. Derfed for usury dipsit. I use Suno to write the music, to make the music, but I don't know if the process I use is different than other people's process. So I put in a lot of time, actually. Now, I can't manufacture music myself. So having AI be able to do it is definitely a game changer, but I don't just go. So you can go to Suno and you can type in a subject, right? One sentence, and say, go, and it'll make a song for you. Okay. And that might be what you did. And I've done that for like experimenting. I'm like, I mean, okay, it's pretty cool that you can do that, but I wasn't happy with that. So, I don't like the lyrics that AI writes. They taste the same. There's the same flavor to them. They use a lot of this, right? There's words that rhyme, that work, and AI will just use them because they match the required output. They rhyme. But you wouldn't use it. And I see that and I'm like, what are these? I don't know what it's doing. So I do an iterative process, and I do use AI sometimes to write to assist, not to write, to assist in the lyrics. So like I have one that the music is done. I need to make a video. I spent quite a few hours on it. I worked a whole bunch to get the lyrics right. And I worked with I wrote it myself. I wrote it down a few times. I'm in a text editor. I'm moving things around. I'm like, okay, well, I need a line here that rhymes. So I'll go to ChatGPT and say, give me five lines that complete this. They're like, okay, there's two of them have a word at the end that you wouldn't use in a song. It's ridiculous. Right. But another one of them was a good idea. Okay, I like that last word for the rhyme, or I like a little bit, and I'll manipulate it a little bit myself. And so then I'll do that to build that's how I built the chorus of this particular song. And then I'm like, oh, this chorus is really good now. I'll put together some verses, but I want to get the chorus right. So I'll drop it in and I'll do a couple songs on this chorus and have it output a couple songs. The style matters, and the structure of the words matter, the pacing matters. Does it work? I'm like, oh, nope, doesn't work at all. It's the right number of syllables, doesn't work. It doesn't flow. Like, it tried to make it happen, and all right, let me work it again. Right. So now I'm a couple hours into this. Until I've had dead ends where I've got 3, 4 songs, 5 songs, whatever, where I got to that point and I'm like, I'm just going to park it for now, come back to it. So, and I that's kind of my entry point into it. And so then I'll do similar thing. If I get a chorus that works, or I get something that works, then I'll try a verse. So then here's the key. Here's the key. This is what I found. 1 or 2 verses in a chorus, and I'll drop it in. I'll have it do it. I'll give it the style that I think is going to work, and I'll generate a few of them until I find one where like that one works, right? And Suno likes to make 3 to 4 minute long songs, but I've only given it a chorus and 1 or 2 verses, not 3 or 4 minutes long. So then Suno lets you extend a song. So I'll take that chunk there, and it'll go and to fill out to 4 minutes, it'll repeat things. I'm like, I don't want that. So I'll take that first chunk there and I'll say extend from here. Okay. So now I've got the style. I've got the rhythm of the chorus, right? The pacing. Then I'll add another verse and another chorus. I'll add an outro, and I'll build it in iterative processes. So I might have it go and write 3 or 4 different extensions to the same one before I get a full song. So etherically displaced, that was what I did. So, I mean, I could have just taken it, said go, and it would have made a song, but I think etherically displaced really works. I don't know about you. For me, really works. Dearth or Potato, Dave Weiss is a Scammer. Those 3 songs, that's how I did it. Like, built it up over time. And each of those steps, okay, I've got my beginning. I'm going to add another, 3, 4, 5 different rounds of making it work. But it is, once I have the verse chorus and I know the structure of the verse, it's going to be the same structure. So it's a little easier then. So anyway, that's how I did it. Now you will hear in these songs, there's a couple spots where you're like, wait, where did that lyric come from? You'll hear it here in a minute. When I play the outro song, you'll hear it. That's where that came from. Like, yep, that was it. But I don't know if I've actually had Suno write any of the lyrics. If I have AI do the lyrics, it's ChatGPT. I think I use Claude for one. Like, I'll even go back and forth in the same song to different sources to try to get a different, like, the AIs were trained on mostly the same corpus. So it's not going to be a ton different in what it's pulling from. But it can be. And here's the, don't know about AI. AI is not creative. AI is not making anything new. AI has been fed with a corpus of the collected works of humans at most. Right? That's the top limit of what you can input into AI to train it. And humans, to do that, were creative, but AI isn't going to create some new thing. It can synthesize from previous things. That's what it's doing. So there you go. Conspiracy Music Studios, who has made some fantastic songs. And one that I think we will be playing tomorrow says, I never use Suno for lyrics at all. GPT and Google searches for rhymes and a lot of forth and back to get the lyrics right. There you go. And that's why I think Conspiracy Music Studios songs are that good. To get a good song, you have to do that. You have to have some sort of direction to it. And just having AI do it is, I mean, you might, you create 1,000 and you listen to all of them, you might get the right one. Oh yeah. All right. So Knock It Offler 24 says that Copilot for Windows works pretty well for lyrics. I've not used it at all. I mean, I don't do much with Microsoft. So I don't do Windows. I write my workstation's a Mac and the servers are Linux. Some are Solaris x86. Mm-hmm. If I'm unlucky that day, I'll be on an Solaris x86 machine. Anyway, so there's my process. That was a long answer. So to Knock It Offler, Meet Joe Maker says, can we measure ping between Quebec and France and compare that to any existing Africa to South America? Possibly skip VPN and ask local people to test. I don't think that'll do us much good because there aren't yet any strictly Southern Hemisphere long routes. Those two, the one between Perth and South Africa, and the one between, was it South America and French Polynesia, right? Neither of those are done yet. So we can't. We'll get the routes that are financially beneficial up until now, right? The market forces said these matter now, where it can hop. How the internet works, right? You can go between different networks, and each hop adds a little bit of delay, and each hop puts bandwidth through that potential connection, and so you expand the connection as the market demands. And you add a new route as the market demands, and there's not a huge demand between Australia and South Africa, and then between Australia and South America. There just isn't, but there's getting to be more and more demand. So when Google's like, well, we're going to put a data center in Perth. Okay, well, if you're going to do that, then you want to have fast connections to wherever you might want to go. So it might not be their choice to put a data center in South Africa because of whatever reason. It may not be right. South Africa is a pretty good country for stability. You know, you wouldn't say, hey, let's go put a data center in Lesotho. It's not a good country. It's in the middle of South Africa. So it's a little bit of a weird choice. But you wouldn't choose that probably because their infrastructure and their political climate might be an issue, right? You wouldn't go to a place that has war right now. So an uprest, that wouldn't be a place to choose to put in a new data center. You wouldn't choose to put in a data center where you can't get anything done unless you bribe everybody. So Tanzania is probably out. Sorry, people. Or where, you know, it might be financially beneficial to do it in a place where the country is very cheap to build things, a third world country. But third world countries tend to be third world countries for reasons like, you know, bad business environments. So anyway, way off in the weeds here. We got the Elmig says Dave's top 10 dream team: Traycation, Santos, Brian's Logic, Leaky, Jin CBR1, DMOC, Mikey Smith, Witsit, Q Balla, and himself. Oh my gosh. Some of the dumbest humans on the globe right there. Oh my gosh. Ralph says there's a number that run from Sydney to the US West Coast. Been active for a long time now. The OAC line seems active as of 2022, Perth to Oman. Okay, well, so Kiwi Bush says South Africa is not stable. Well, compared to pick some other African country that's not doing as well. I mean, seriously, is there? I don't know. I don't know the politics there. Is what other country south of the equator is better than South Africa in Africa? I don't know. So then, all right. So Ralph, that's a good point. So here's then the thing to do. Look at the distance on the globe and look at the distance on flat Earth before the route between Sydney and the west coast of the U.S. Right? A good chunk of it is south of the equator. A good chunk of it will be skewed on the flat Earth map. How much different is it on flat Earth versus globe? Is it 30%? Is it double? If it's, you know, if it's a good amount different, like more than any margin of error by a long shot that we could get for ping times in unknown fibers, because we don't know the fiber that they're running there, we may be able to determine it. But of course, the other is, and was this mentioned? Like there's repeaters, and the repeaters will add a delay too. Oh, I don't know. Okay, Ralph is working on it. Okay, send me your results. I do want to get the video recorded, or not recorded, edited and get out soonly. So I'm going to wrap it up here, but I would like to say, I think that whatever his other positions are, I don't know. Shiva did a great job with Dearth and was not listening to any of his crap. He was saying no to you. We're moving ahead here, and you can stop. You can, and we're not just jumping to the next topic. It's like we're going to actually talk about how to establish this thing that you think has been established. We're going to work on that. So anyway, I liked that. I really want to see him offer to bring Dearth to Cambridge there, where he's at, and put together a group. I will volunteer to do that. I've already sent him a message through his website. I don't know if he'll get through. It's hard to get through to some of these people sometimes because there's a lot of traffic. It's difficult to get to emails. It is, because there's so many. So anyway, if that moves forward, I will definitely do my best to be part of it, because I know the ways that flat earthers are going to try to deceive about that. And people who are experts in whatever field they're experts in that don't deal with with understanding how flat earthers are deceivers. They won't know. So BPA says he will bring one other person and then claim they were talking about base 2. No, he doesn't know what base 2 is. BPA. He only knows the number 1, 2. He only knows the number 4 in base 2. Jack Fetter says physicists in that meeting deserve hazard pay. Yeah. And as we know, flat earthers who participate in tests that could falsify flat earth are pre-ostracized. People before Witsit was even on the plane was already being chucked under that bus, and he's been forward and backward run over and over again. And oh well. I missed one. Kango44 said people that are fans of mustaches, the Village people. Yeah, that's definitely not it. Okay, everybody, thank you very much. Tomorrow on Craig's channel, we will be announcing the nominations for Top Left. It's going to be exciting. You're going to love it. Yeah, you're going to love it. I already got a voting video coming in. We've got 2 of them already done, I think. So we're gonna have a good time. Anyway, everybody, thank you very much, and I hope you do enjoy this music that I made using the process that I just described.
Yo, listen up, it's your boy Birch in the his house. Plan so slick, gonna make your pockets his house. I got an app that's gonna change your life, but before you download, let me slice through the strife. They say the earth's a globe, but I beg to differ. I'll make you believe, I'll make you shiver. Spectroscopy needs a...
78 Mitsu says most carrier networks are traffic shaped using MPLS TP. It's difficult to guarantee your traffic traverses a particular hop. I do have a tool we can use to take at AL3L paths and model it. All right. I look forward to that.
I got an app that's gonna change your life. But
before you download,
let me slice through the strife. They say the earth's a globe, but I beg to differ. I'll make you believe, I'll make you shiver. Spectroscopy needs a container, that's my claim. I've got no clue, I just hang my head in shame. Black treasure, that's the light I'm preaching. Sell my app, it's what I'm seeking. Fake challenge, try your luck while I'm laughing.
Fucking in a buck.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
Flat earth, that's the lie I'm preaching. Sell my app, it's what I'm seeking. Fake challenge, try your luck while I'm laughing. Pocket in a buck. I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
Yo, Dave Weiss is a scammer. Talk about Antarctica, the icy place. Offered a free trip, dangled it in my face, but I won't go. It's not about thrift. I'm staying home, gotta protect my grift. I'm a scammer. I'm a scammer. Yo, Dave Weiss is a scammer. Talk about Antarctica, that icy place. Offered a free trip, dangled it in my face, but I won't go, it's not about thrift. I'm staying home, gotta protect my grift. I'm a scammer. Antarctica, that icy place. Offered a free trip, dangled it in my face, but I won't go, it's not about thrift. I'm staying home, gotta protect my grift. I'm a scammer. The scammer, I play the game. Gonna hustle hard, gonna rise to fame. But remember one thing, it's all a ploy to make that green, I'll be your decoy. So if you wanna join, come take my hand. But beware the tricks, it's all planned. TITRH, that's my name. In the world of scams, I got the fame.
I'm a scammer.